All of you to the November 27th Special Finance and Audit Committee meeting. I'd like to first recognize that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Samick First Nation. Our clerk today will be Ms. Sheila Gurry. Today's Special Finance and Audit Committee meeting will be held in accordance with the Community Charter, Council Procedure Bylaw 2018, number 7272, and Ministerial Order number M192, governing open meetings during a state of emergency, and the Provincial Health Officer Order regarding mass gathering events. Therefore, members of the public are required to observe meetings virtually and not attend in person, and question period will be suspended throughout the duration of the provincial health orders in effect. The first item on the agenda is the introduction of late items. Ms. Gurry, we have none. A motion for approval of the agenda. Moved Councillor Hemmens, seconded Councillor Martman. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Adoption of the minutes. We have none. And we'll start with presentations. And the first up is Mr. Lindsay, Development Services 2021 Business Plan. Mr. Lindsay, welcome and good morning.
Sorry, Your Worship. I was just going to do just a little bit of an introduction, kind of going over what today is going to be. So we'll continue with the rest of the presentations from today, and then at the end of the day, I will do a little summary of what we're going to do next week. So we'll finish off the 4 departments today, and we'll start with Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Ms. Mercer.
Good morning, Council, Your Worship. Start the day off with some good news. You're not going to receive a presentation from me, so. I just have a very couple brief things to say before I turn it over to Mr. Corson, who's going to start up the first part of our development services, talking about community development, and then he'll turn it over to Mr. Holm to talk about development approvals. Your Worship, obviously this year has been an interesting year, to say the least. I think we were talking recently, Mr. Holm, Mr. Corson, and I sat down kind of late in 2019 and looked at the year ahead of 2020 and mapped out all of the things that we wanted to do, and we created a little mind map of our major projects and initiatives and committee work that was going to be underway, major development applications, and we put a little tiny bubble off to the edge called emerging issues, because there's always something new and surprising that comes, and we have to leave space for that. Well, of course, that emerging issue became COVID and soon expanded and covered every other initiative we were trying to do. But what I'm really happy to say is all those other things that we had planned out, we've had to modify some of them, and we'll talk about things like Reimagine the NIMO and how we've had to modify that, how we've had to modify our permitting process. But we managed to move ahead on all of those initiatives that we originally planned, and at the same time sort of rebuild that airplane as we were flying it. So very proud of the team that I get to work with every day, and normally we would have all the managers here, but because of COVID restrictions, they're not in the audience, but I know some of them are watching online. And just really appreciative of all the work that they and their teams have done throughout the year, so I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that. And then I'll turn it over to Mr. Corson to get into the presentation.
Well said,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Lindsay, and very appropriate. Mr. Corson, good morning.
Morning, Your Worship. Morning, Council. And it was interesting last night. I was sitting down going over the presentation, and like Mr. Lindsay said, we had a very ambitious year plan for this year, and somehow we seem to have got through it, so, which is fantastic. So I guess, Dale, do you want to talk about this slide? Or? Go ahead, yeah. So as you probably know, in our department, we have the 2 sections, community development that I look after, and then Mr. Holmes' section, which is the development approval section. So I'll speak to you about the community development work, and then Mr. Holmes will talk to you about all the work his team has been working on. So in terms of, I guess the overall for the department. So this is for development services as a whole, and then we'll go into each of our individual groups itself. Okay, so here we go. So in terms of community development, what I find with our department is it's the variety. We have such a huge amount of topics we cover, and one day we're talking about our cats, and the next day we're talking about the homeless, and we're trying to promote economic development, and we're selling land, and we're reimagining the city. So really from A to Z, lots of variety, which is really stimulating, and I think, I know that's one of the main reasons I really enjoy coming to work every day. So there's our team. So the real estate department reports to myself. There's 4 staff in that department. Heidi Davison looks after the Permit Center, and she has 4 staff in there. Ms. Bhopal Singh looks after community planning, as you know, and she has 6 positions reporting to her. Mr. LeBurge has 15 people reporting to him, with a wide variety of parking and bylaw issues. And then the Economic Development Department president reports to myself. So our budget is about $7 million, which is 4.6% of the overall city budget, with 62% of that coming from wages. The contracted services is largely related back to our parking function. So I'm going to take you through our achievements, and I'll go through each one of them quite quickly. Happy to answer any questions as we go if you want to speak, if you have questions. So like Mr. Lindsay said, the COVID was very interesting, and I think over the years our teams have really flattened and we all work together really well, and I think COVID's just even further enhanced that. And certainly in our section, the bylaw department has just been called on to do yeoman's work in terms of safety and security. If you remember back to March and April, the public health officer asked our bylaw department to go off and try to enforce some of the provincial or enforcement orders with people. Obviously, Ms. Bhopal Singh's team was very busy with trying to help respond to the needs of our vulnerable citizens. I think we've all been kind of, as a team, working to help bring our community through this pandemic. So Reimagine Nanaimo, as Council knows, has been an exciting project and a very ambitious project to start in the middle of a pandemic. And thank you to Ms. Bhopal Singh and, of course, departments across the city who participated in this, and Council yourself. So this year has been about gathering ideas, and the information we're collecting is going to be used to help inform the OCP, the Parks Rec Master Plan, the Active Transportation Plan. We've been using it for the ECDEV strategy as well as the water supply strategy. And the engagement that we've been able to use via social platforms has been astonishing, the amount of responses we've got, and really sets us up well going forward. So health and housing has been a lot of work for our community planning section. Ms. Bhopal Singh and Ms. Constrel have just been very active in this file for the last 15 months. And really this is about a new way of coordination of how we address the needs of our vulnerable citizens in the city. We're very close. We're hoping to bring a report to GPC at December 14th for Council's consideration. Again, Ms. Bhopal Singh and her team have been really busy on the TRC 57 and UNDRIP and helping staff develop a better understanding of the legacy of residential schools and colonialism, and how we can shift our work to be more representative of our First Nations communities. And we've had a number of sessions with staff in the city to help educate us on that. And then we flipped to something like animal control. So this year we hired Alan Nielsen to help us review our animal control function, which has been an issue that's been talked about for the 10 years I've been here. And it was nice to finally get some direction from council and have some strong recommendations on how we're going to move forward with the function. So we will be issuing a new RFP for a contract later, probably early next year, to identify an operator. We've made improvements to that contract. The actual shelter itself had been something that had been in question for quite a while. Council has asked us to make the necessary improvements to the shelter to make it more habitable for the animals. And of course, we're updating the bylaw with maybe a few modifications to the cat section, I would think. Port Drive, one of Council's key priorities. We've been working on that this year. We've undertaken geotechnical work, environmental work, looking at the servicing. We've been working on the Front Street bus exchange. The rezoning work is underway in the background at the moment. That'll come to Council early next year. Very exciting opportunity for Council, for the city, to see a prime piece of waterfront land redeveloped. You don't get these opportunities many times in your life, and hopefully next year Council will be in a position to give direction on how you wish to move forward with actually making the change on this site. And talking about long-term projects and visions, the Conference Center Hotel, we had the groundbreaking last January 29th. And as you see outside, things are well underway. We've just set up a camera on the Port Theatre that's going to take pictures every day, so we can kind of monitor progress for folks who don't want to keep an eye on progress. And then at the end of the day, we'll be able to do a nice time-lapse video for you when the hotel opens up in the summer of 2022. Waterfront Walkway is another key project that in your strategic plan, and we've been working away on this. We completed the feasibility study for an on-beach option, and our consultant has now completed the functional design work. We'll be coming back to council shortly to get some direction on how you wish to proceed. I'd imagine there'll be public consultation early next year, and we'll be seeking direction on how you want to proceed. So in the summer of 2019, we had what I thought was quite a really fun session with council on downtown, identifying some of your key priorities for the downtown core. And out of that came a list of kind of quick win projects, which included whimsical art, new signage in the downtown core, and other kind of small projects that would have a small but overall cumulative effect on the downtown core. And then, of course, with COVID this year, we had the issue with how do we respond to restaurants in the downtown, and we were able to quickly expand our patio program and get those up and running for the restaurants, which I think was quite successful. You know, one of the key issues we've, as a community, been dealing with is the challenges we're facing downtown, and our bylaw department spends a phenomenal amount of time and compassion working with the people who are experiencing everyday challenges. And on top of that, they're also doing parking enforcement and trying to keep the downtown a safe place. The Economic Development Task Force, that's been another key initiative of council. So we have the task force got established early this year. We've got an economic development strategy draft complete. We're still working on that. Hope to get that back to council soon, maybe December 14th. And we've developed a draft charter for the agency. So soon we'll be in a position where next year we'll be able to start implementing, which is going to be exciting. Some of the still important projects we accomplished this year were we updated the home-based business regulations, which needed a refresh, and went through a public process, and council was supportive in amending the zoning bylaw to incorporate those changes. Again, as Mr. Lindsay mentioned, with COVID came innovation, and we were able to, and Mr. Holm will talk about this too, but there's been a big shift to move everything to online, which is long overdue and fantastic for our customers and for the public to be able to do things online as opposed to have to come in face to face. And another project that I thought was a good example of collaboration was the Mid-Island Childcare Planning Study that we did with the Regional District and our other communities of Lansville and Parksville, Qualicum, to kind of come up with an overall strategy for childcare in the region. Then as I was sitting there last night, of course, other projects came to my mind, but just from a real estate perspective, council did some significant moves this year in terms of buying the Dunsmuir lot, and then in the middle of the pandemic, selling a property through an RFP process on Franklin Street to start redeveloping another key downtown site. We bought more parkland, which was fantastic for Lundy Valley, to expand more of it in Lundy Valley and the Buttertubs West Marsh, and took a significant step forward with the Midtown Gateway in helping a private developer achieve a new urban node in that area of the town. So I think a lot of the work we're going to be doing in 2021 is really a continuation of where we're at now. Most of the projects we work on are long-term projects, are usually not short-term. And so when I think of some of the key initiatives that we'll be working on, we're going to keep working on Port Drive. We're hoping to see the hotel by this time next year, should be getting close to completion. We're going to be working on the Waterfront Walkway. I'd like to come back to you early next year and talk about downtown and continue with our discussion about our priority areas and get your feedback and direction on where you'd like to go with some of those 5 areas we talked about in terms of the public realm and downtown safety and Port Drive and the after transportation nodes, et cetera. Excited to get the economic development strategy up and running and actually get the agency going and make some progress on that file. Reimagine Nanaimo is going to be really interesting next year when we start getting to options and we start to think about how we want our community to change in the future and where development's going to take place. Certainly the Health and Housing Action Plan, implementing that is a big step forward. And there's lots of other stuff on there. I won't go through it all, but very interested in next year. We're excited to keep this good work going. So in terms of the business cases we have in front of you, we have three. One is the request of council is Indigenous Engagement Specialist. The other is a manager of social planning. And then the other one we've included is increasing the municipal enforcement officers from 35 hours to 40 hours. And that is to bring parity with the rest of our bylaw officers. Last year, council approved a business case which allowed the parking and bylaw officers to go from 35 to 40. And earlier this year, the two municipal enforcement officers, which had been based in the police station, came down and now report to Mr. LeBurge. So we're in a situation where we have the majority of his staff working 40 hours and we have two staff that don't. So the idea here is to have them all on the same schedule to make things a little more equal. In terms of operating budget, there we are around the 7 million mark. Slight increase really with inflation each year. Nothing too substantial for you. I think that's the, over to Mr. Holm now. Unless there's any specific questions.
Thanks very much, Mr. Corson. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. The community development budget, the net operating for 2021 increases 12.5% basically, almost $445,000. But I think that's because we're allocating $500,000 less in parking revenue. Is that correct?
There's been a substantial hit in parking revenue this year, as you can imagine. Yes.
Yeah, that's the only revenue decrease that I could see that would account for that much increase. My question is, are we still in the budget planning on putting money into, and I remember we talked about this earlier, putting money into the parking reserve, or if we didn't put it into the parking reserve, would we get this net operating back to close to 0% increase?
Ms. Fuller, good morning, and thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Through the chair to Councillor Bonner. So a couple things to point out is, yes, so the reason you're seeing that net drop is the drop in parking revenues, because when you're looking at the business plan, you're seeing net annual operating expenditures. So what's not included there is transfers to reserves. So normally there'd be a transfer to the parking reserve, but that doesn't show up when we look at revenues and expenditures. In 2021, as I mentioned on Wednesday, we will be making no transfer to the parking reserve. Parking function this year is actually anticipated in 2021 to need to be subsidized from property taxation because we are not anticipating generating sufficient revenues to cover operating expenses.
That was my next question. And it was really, why are we subsidizing parking operations from property taxation? So we're actually increasing taxes to pay for parking?
We will require $77,000 from, in the draft budget, we will require $77,000 from property taxation, so other revenues to cover our parking functions. So we have parking controllers, we have maintenance costs on those parkades. That still all needs to be taken care of, even with the reduced revenues.
And I'm not opposed to the increase in pay. My question is, when regarding the landfill, we're putting less into our landfill, but the costs remain the same. So we have to increase our landfill fees to make up the difference. And one would expect any user fee to be the same. But in parking, which is a user fee, we're going to tax the general public to pay for some people to park. So my question is, why would we not take that out of a reserve that may be useful for that as opposed to it? And the other part of that is, are we increasing taxation by the $77,000? And if we are, what happens to it next year?
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor Bonner. So we do have a parking reserve. The parking reserve is generally not used to fund day-to-day operations. The purpose of the parking reserve is to fund future parking infrastructure and parking initiatives. It is a statutory reserve, but that's nothing to say that council couldn't give us direction that you wanted to take money from that parking reserve to cover off the parking function. Would caution you there, currently the parking reserve does not have sufficient funds to pay for all the parking projects in the future. Parkades are extremely expensive to maintain, and capital projects, when you start looking at the capital projects on Monday, capital projects for parkades cost a lot of money. We actually fund some of those projects from other sources, including the General Asset Management Reserve, because we don't have the funding there in parking.
Okay, so if we do increase our taxes by $77,000,
Yes, so next year, right now, in 2022, when I say next year, I keep thinking 2022 because I'm in the 2021 zone right now. But in 2022, we expect revenues to come back in parking. We expect there to be a small transfer to the parking reserve, and there would be no subsidy at this point, assuming everything comes back as expected in 2022.
So in theory, we would have a decrease of $77,000 in tax from the taxpayer.
Correct, but see, one of the things that we've done, and this is going to start to get complicated, so one of the things that we have done is use funding from the General Financial Stability Reserve to reduce property taxes in 2021. So we've recommended that you use 1.4 million from there. But what that does is that funding, it's one-time funding, so it disappears in 2022. But by doing that, we have kind of smoothed out the property tax increases between 2021 and 2022. So while yes, you won't be subsidizing parking, you also won't have that 1.4 million coming in 2022 from the General Financial Stability Reserve. So that's all been taken into account when you look at the 5-year projected property tax rates.
Okay,
I'm trying not to get too technical for you.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to staff, and I apologize, I'm not sure who can answer it, but with regard to the business cases not currently in the draft budget, the Indigenous Engagement Specialist, will there be provision in the business case for what the difference in cost would be regarding a staff position versus using a consultant in an as-needed basis?
Through your worship to Councillor Turley, so we've the 3 options we have in there for the for your consideration are: one is to hire a person internally. The other is if you hire a manager of social planning, then Ms. Bulpul Singh would actually take on more of those duties, so there would be no additional cost. And then the third is status quo. So we have not included a consultant in there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Corson. I just want to say in response to Councillor Bonner's concerns, I think, it's a very legitimate philosophical approach on this. Should general taxpayers be subsidizing the parking? But I think from my perspective, we're in the middle of a pandemic. Downtown is suffering enough as it is, and anything that discourages anyone from coming downtown is not what's needed. And it will be very useful. All the work that's been done with the Downtown Business Improvement Association Anticipation is to get their voices to see what they have to say. It's a perennial problem, the parking thing, and I get it. But I think keeping the ship afloat is pretty tough right now for a lot of the folks downtown as we see more storefronts start to board up. The next is development approvals. Mr. Holm, please.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship and Council. So the other half, I guess, of the development services portfolio falls under me, and that's development approvals. And so in that area, we have 4 managers, 4 sections that include subdivision. That's under Claire Negrin. She's Deputy Approving Officer and Manager of Subdivision. She has 3 staff that report to her. We have Engineering and Environment. That's Mr. Musso, Dean Musso, and he has 9 staff in that section reporting to him. And we have Building Inspections, and that's Darcy Fox, Manager of Building Inspections, and Mr. Fox has 15 staff reporting to him. And then we also have Ms. Rowett, Lania Rowett, Manager of Current Planning, and there are 6 staff within her section. and they collectively support all of the development approvals that you see, activity around the city taking place. All of that work goes through those sections. As a portion of the city's budget overall, so 3% of the overall, the bulk of that is allocated to wages. As far as achievements for 2020, just to highlight, I'll highlight a few in more detail, but obviously we support development. A big part of our achievements relate directly to the development activity that you see taking place. You can see we're showing here projections for 2020. We're getting close now. We're nearly December. We're a month out. As of now, currently, we're at, we've projected 1,000 units. We're actually at 1,031 currently. So we've, since this presentation was put together, we've actually issued a couple of permits that took us beyond the unit count anticipation. So over 1,000 units already approved this year. And you can see how that relates to the previous number, the previous 5 years. You can see 2019 at, that was a record year for development at almost 1,900 units. And we're already currently on construction value side, we're already at 273 million as of today, which is quite significant considering the pandemic. You can see construction activity continues around the city, and that's been supported through some innovations and efforts that I'll speak to later. But you can see how that relates to the previous 5 years. Again, 2019 stands out, but we're above. We're already above the average. The 5-year average, including 2019, is 256 million. So we're already above the 5-year average at this point in the year, and we're anticipating a couple of additional significant projects to be permitted before the end of the year. As far as achievements, here's the overall list, and I'll go through each individually. Again, as Mr. Corson mentioned, COVID factored in, and Mr. Lindsay opened with COVID was obviously not a consideration on our radar going into 2020. It factored hugely into the year, like it did for so many people. In this, I guess I want to highlight that we couldn't have continued to do the work that we do without support from our IT and legislative services. I'll touch briefly on some of the support that they provided, but our focus through this was business continuity. After the pandemic declaration in March, we had to keep business rolling, keep development approvals moving to support the local economy and build our housing stock and all the good work that happens there. So we through legislative services, we had to work with legislative services to revamp many processes through this time period. We revamped processes for our design advisory panel, board of variance, public hearings, which you've all participated in, and in response to medical health orders that were continuously changing and evolving, we had to evolve our practices accordingly. Building inspections, the inspectors on the ground, we didn't ever stop, we never slowed down. That continued. We adjusted work practices to ensure there was safety in the workplace. Obviously, the site contractors did likewise, and we continued building inspections throughout. We moved to online application processes, which was with great support from our IT staff, and we actually improved the use of technology in the work that we do, including, for example, building inspections using tablets in the field, whereas before they would have used paper maps. So online inspections and tablets in the field, just as an example of some of the work that we did. And there were actually some outcomes that I'll speak to a little bit later, but that you probably heard a theme through the pandemic response is enhanced business resiliency is something that's coming out of this that we strive for, but we were pushed to in response to the pandemic. Development activity, as I touched on earlier, it's quite a year. It's above average despite the pandemic situation. Continued strong, sustained development activity. We've got a number of big projects that have been approved. I'll touch on a couple. 4,800 Cedar Ridge, 3 buildings there, residential, 170 units, 27 million. You'll see development all over town. I won't go through an exhaustive list, but 6117 Uplands, another 108 units, $15 million. We can't forget 6 Fitzwilliam Fire Hall number 1, and that's 10.5 million construction value, and we're getting close. We're going to see shortly the issuance of the permit for the ICU at NRGH, but collectively, yeah, over 1,000 units approved so far. For 2021, just looking forward a little bit, we're projecting continued strong growth based on what we're seeing. We have the Nanaimo Correctional Center redevelopment coming forward. We have a number of BC housing projects reflected in the MOU, with a current development permit in for 702 Nickel Street, expecting one shortly for 285 Prudhoe. We have a TELUS Living project at 400 Fitzwilliam that's going to bring an additional close to 200 units to the downtown area. As well, 388 McCleary, you'll recall that in the Old City, 149 seniors facility, 149 seniors congregate care facility there. Development at 550 Brecken, another 87 units, and you'll recall approval of a development permit for 1125, 1145 Seafield Crescent, and that's near the hospital, and that's 149 affordable residential units for seniors. So more that I'm not listing, but you can gather from that there's a lot of activity coming forward in 2021 as well. We're undertaking a building permit function review. That started in October, and we're expecting to bring forward for Governance and Priorities Committee a report in January. The consultant on that, Ellen Nielsen, is currently working through that process, interviews with stakeholders and staff, and we'll be looking at factors. It's part of our continuous improvement commitment, and looking to ways that we can improve the efficiency and function of our building permitting process and identify changes. We're looking at a few key areas. We're looking at staffing levels, roles, responsibilities, the use of technology, which we're already taking advantage of and can continue to do, and communication methods and materials, so how we communicate the changes and information requirements related to building permitting. So that's an exciting project, and we'll see that coming forward early in the new year to Governance and Priorities Committee. We've completed a large round of general zoning amendments, and this is important work that happens, should happen. We try to target annually. This was quite a large round of amendments. We included 74 text amendments and 33 mapping amendments in this round. And it's important to keep our zoning bylaw up to date. Issues, lack of clarity, changes in best practices and things that are identified through day-to-day work with the bylaw, and updates and improvements are ongoing, and it's important to keep that bylaw up to date. So we anticipate, I'll touch on later, but we anticipate for 2021 another round of general amendments will be coming forward. We moved our tree voucher program online. That's a very successful and popular program, initiated in 2017. Generally, we look at, we issue 2 batches of tree vouchers. They've typically been handled, typically we issue 2 batches of 400, so up to 800 tree vouchers issued per year. Those have been usually, they're picked up in person at the SARC, at the Service and Resource Center, or at community events, say Earth Day. We'll be out promoting that program. It's an important program. It's very popular. Obviously, the pandemic made that very challenging as far as in-person pickup and promotion. We've moved that online, and starting as of September launch, we've issued 120 vouchers, which could be up to 240 trees. You can get up to 2 trees per voucher. So that was an improved customer service and convenience for the folks that are wanting to help plant trees in our community to improve to improve our community, and those are planted on private property. It also reduced the administrative burden of the program and is a good improvement overall. Obviously, Council will recall in June adoption of the climate resilience strategy, and this is an important, very important strategy for the city in addressing climate change. And basically, what this project did was identified climate vulnerabilities that face the city and looking forward to the year 2100. And it lays out a strategy and priority actions for the city to address the impacts of climate change. And it identified 6 key areas that were focused and actions, priority actions identified for each area. Those are water supply, flooding and drainage, environment, parks and recreation, well-being and preparedness, so working with community partners in preparing the broader community for climate change, land use and buildings, and corporate governance and mainstreaming. So that's looking at asset management and contingency funding and preparing for the impacts of climate change. So this is the adaptation side of climate change. We are underway with a community amenity contribution review. So community amenity contribution is a voluntary contribution that's typically realized through rezoning, and generally the intention is to provide a rezoning to provide a positive contribution to the community and assist in the pressures that growth places on the community. And we see contributions to parks, we see contributions to affordable housing, we see contributions to infrastructure, whether that's trails or bus shelters or things like that. We're bringing forward anticipated, this was delayed a little bit because of the pandemic. We're bringing forward early in 2021 to governance and priorities a report outlining a draft policy and options for council to consider in the way of a policy. We've hired a land economist to assist in the review, and currently we're working with feedback from the stakeholders from the development community, working through that right now. Generally, the idea is to have a more fair, transparent, predictable process to establish community amenity contributions, and to ensure that that those contributions are responsive to community needs and also sensitive to market conditions and the impacts that additional costs have on development. STEP code implementation, that's been actually ongoing since the adoption of the STEP code strategy in 2018, but there were some important steps taken by council with amendments to the building bylaw and zoning bylaw later in 2019. Those steps really started to be implemented in 2020 with requirement for step 1 for all building classes. So the STEP code, just as a quick overview, is a voluntary program option, I guess, through the building code that allows for incremental achievements in energy efficiency, and it's not prescriptive, it's performance-based, and it's voluntary. So the provincial government set out a target to achieve net zero ready buildings by 2032, but they have not mandated implementation at this point. Council has, through adoption of amendments to the building bylaw, mandated step 1 currently as the requirement. That will be increasing depending on the type of building category, whether it's simple residential, smaller scale residential, or more complex commercial or multifamily. We're going to see increases to the STEP code requirements starting again in January 2021 to, so shortly, next month, to step 2 for the smaller residential buildings, and then step 2 for the more complex buildings in January of 2022. We're also included in that were amendments to step code to Schedule D of the zoning bylaw to incentivize building energy efficiency through density bonusing. We're also looking at a step code rezoning policy. The review of that's been delayed slightly, and we are currently taking feedback from the development community on that, hoping to bring that to council early in the new year. Looking at opportunities, looking forward to 2021 at opportunities. Staffing, that's an area that it's an ongoing challenge and one that we monitor carefully. Obviously, you saw there's strong, sustained development demand for development approvals. The complexity of development projects has increased. You'll see quite a bit larger scale, more complex. There's definitely a shift in the statistics I reported mid-year, and that's carried through. But as far as the trend is from, we're seeing fewer single-family homes, sort of the more simple approvals, through to larger scale mixed use and multi-industrial projects. So the complexity of development is increasing. Filling and retaining key technical positions is a challenge that we're going to monitor on an ongoing basis. So building on pandemic response, and I touched on that a little bit earlier, but we're going to continue to look at how we can use technology to improve our business processes, and looking at more resilient and efficient business processes. Some of what I touched on too, the building permit function review is going to look specifically at these areas of staffing and technology, and how we can use technology to improve our business processes. Change management, that's again an ongoing looking at how do we communicate process changes. They have an impact on our stakeholders. They have an impact on timelines. We did, through obviously the pandemic, force a change to a quick shift to online permitting processes, which did create a bit of a hiccup. It was challenging to, although developers were quite positive in that we were able to continue our business moving forward more or less seamlessly. There was a hiccup in that. There were a little bit of delays that. So that's just highlighting an issue around change management. As on an ongoing basis, as our processes change and improve, we need to work with the development community and internally with staff to ensure that those changes are communicated clearly and carefully. Some changes, many are coming in externally, like building code changes, step code I've mentioned, and we need to make sure that we're managing those changes carefully. Looking again at some of the key initiatives for 2021. So looking at some focus areas here. There's a lot more going on, obviously, but ecological development and restoration projects. So there's just a couple here highlighted. Continued school outreach. We do a lot of outreach with school groups. Hopefully that's going to get easier as we progress into 2021. The pandemic's obviously had an impact on that, although we're able to do some outdoor work, some tree planting work and whatnot with school groups, we're still able to do that this year, which was quite exciting. We're looking at Chase River riparian restoration planning and restoration planning for the Cat Stream and Robbins Park. We're also looking at the feasibility of some chums salmon spawning bed improvements along the Millstone River. So that's just an example of some of the ecological diversity and restoration projects we have planned for 2021. Stormwater management study at Howard and 7th. So this is sort of looking at how we might incorporate stormwater detention, neighborhood scale stormwater detention within city parks, and this would obviously be working closely with parks and engineering and public works, looking at not only the need to support development in the area that's identified in the Harewood Neighborhood Plan. Community scale stormwater management will help us address some of the impacts of climate change, we believe, and we're exploring those, and that's just one specific project that we've identified there. Natural asset inventory work, so that's jointly with engineering and public works, and It's looking, at this point, developing a terms of reference for a community-wide natural asset inventory and also exploring external funding opportunities. A number of bylaw updates highlighted there. I won't get into them individually unless we have any specific questions, but generally we have some bylaws that are a bit dated. While they're amended from time to time, they haven't had a whole-scale review for some time, and they're due for that. As well, we're looking at updating our public hearing procedures to ensure that we'll work with legislative services on that to ensure that we have best practices and moving forward. And we've had to adjust our practices in relation to the pandemic, and I think that's even opened up some opportunities there going forward. Business cases that were developed but not included in the draft budget, annual community watercourse restoration grant. So at this point, we've identified a $20,000 annual grant as a starting point. This would allow leveraging support of environmental stewardship groups, volunteers, and potentially leveraging additional funding that they may have access to. So that's one that's been identified there, requested by council as well. Manager of sustainability was also requested by council. And what we've looked at is this position as jointly funded through BC Hydro's Community Energy Manager Program. So this would be up to $50,000 potentially from BC Hydro if we're successful in that, towards that position, with a commitment that the work plan for the position includes, is approved through BC Hydro and includes some community energy commitments that BC Hydro requires there. Those are just two cases there that were requested by council and have been presented for your consideration. As the draft operating budget shows, obviously, generally the trend is towards inflationary increases here, largely driven by wages and minor components otherwise. And happy to take any questions if you would like.
Thank you, Mr. Holm. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. 3 questions. The first relating to what you just referred to. And it's totally gone from my head. That's ridiculous. Oh, the manager of sustainability. Do we have to create that position and then apply to be refunded salary, or can we apply before we create the position and use that as rationale for creating the position? There would have to be a commitment to the position, and then we would approach BC Hydro about getting the position approved through their program. And 50,000 would be roughly half of our HR costs, do you think, for a position like that?
I'd have to look at the business case on the specifics. I'm not sure if...
Okay, that's okay, actually. I can go back and review that in detail.
Yeah, just to explore a little bit further, we've outlined a couple of options that would include, if we're successful, so it wouldn't start until July 1st.
Right.
And we've identified that starting date as giving us opportunity to, for a couple of reasons. It gives us opportunity to go through the process with BC Hydro. So if council were to commit to the position in the budget, we can then go to BC Hydro and hopefully we're successful in approval. If we're not, it also, the July start does limit the impact on the budget overall. It gives us opportunity to work through that with BC Hydro, and then we've also outlined the impact if we weren't successful with BC Hydro.
Okay.
I can pull up the details if you want. But,
it's okay. I can go back and look at the details. Thank you for that. There was, regarding the permit function review, there was a group of folks in the development community that created a bit of a I don't know, consulting piece to support this. How's that been going?
Sorry, how is
that group of developers who came together to offer support to this process? Are we connecting with them?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the consultant has interviewed a number of development stakeholders, including There's a relatively new group that's been formed, not new faces, but the Nanaimo Development Group that is looking to represent the broader local development community in policy process review. They were involved in the review of the Manual of Engineering Standards and Specifications recently, and they have been interviewed by the consultant at this point, as well as many individuals involved in the development community, and a range of development stakeholders, whether they applied for, it's somebody that applied for just a single-family permit and that's their one and only. We've touched base with those people to see what their experience has been, or the consultant is doing that, all the way up to some of the larger local development players, and that group included. So.
Okay, thank you. And one more, if I may. I think I asked this last year as well. It's in the development approvals binder. It wasn't on your slides, but we have 26 new fire hydrants, 10.6 kilometers of new servicing, and 6.4 kilometers of new sidewalk that come with development.
Yes.
And I'm curious, do we have any opportunity to accrue that sidewalk fee, or those? I know they're putting in amenities that go with development, but regarding pedestrian infrastructure, is there any way that we can accrue that and then be strategic with a larger amount of dollars?
Yeah, we through the Local Government Act and through our, so there's, the Local Government Act gives us the authority to require works and services for building permitted projects and for subdivision. So through those projects, we can secure frontage works and services, or in the case of a subdivision, internal to the project as well, if they're building new roads, that type of thing. So we have to require, we have the authority to require frontage works and services, so on roads fronting the property. It extends, I mean, if they need to extend services, there is a bit of, additional where they need to provide adequate water flow to provide fire protection. They may be extending off-site, but generally when it comes to sidewalks and things like that, it's generally fronting the property that we're allowed to request. Through rezoning, we do secure off-site improvements through that process at times. But yeah, as far as the works and services that we identify through building permit and subdivision, is what we're allowed to do through the Local Government Act. Those are identified, the standards are through the Manual of Engineering Standards and Specifications, and then our subdivision control bylaw and our building bylaw identify what works and services are applicable depending on the project. But they're generally restricted to property frontage. So we can't say, we'll take additional and build it elsewhere in the city.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. Didn't really have much questions on the budget part. I quite liked it. I do have one question regarding subdivision revenue. There's a considerable drop in the next budget, in next year's budget, and that never really gets back up to last year's budget, or this year that we're in now. Is that because we're running out of land to subdivide and we're just going to see less of them?
It's partly the changing nature of development, and it is partly that I'm not going to say we're running out of land, but the land is more complicated, and there's a shift in we used to do primarily, there would be a lot of single-family subdivision that you would see. There still is quite a bit. It's still a pretty significant part of the development activity in the community, but there's a shift to the more complex multifamily and commercial projects. There's still subdivision activity related to those a lot of times, but they don't generate the same revenue the way we've structured our fees. There's also less approval required for some of those projects. We're seeing, I think I mentioned earlier, I don't know if you recall, we're doing more airspace parcel subdivisions and that type of thing. So it's more complicated, I guess, and we're also doing. You're definitely correct that the easier to develop land has largely been developed. We're getting into steeper areas. We're getting into areas that have some servicing challenges. And I think generally the trend is that some of the land is being put to a higher and better use. There's all sorts of support through work that Mr. Sims' group does on improving infrastructure to support additional development, and we're seeing the benefits. I guess what we're seeing, I think, is obviously the land values in the community, the housing prices, the demand for different forms of housing are driving approvals towards those areas of alternative housing forms from single family. There is a fee review that is sort of underway that we can look at. But yeah, as far as we can look at how we can maybe offset some of the impact by adjusting our fees. But generally, the trend, I would say, is for fewer single-family lots and more towards the complex commercial multifamily development.
On that point, the 1,877 units that we're building this year, do you happen to know how many are rental?
Off the top of my head, I do not. So that's a 2019 figure. I believe we were close to 1,000 units of rental. I can get that for you.
People keep asking me on Facebook, so roughly around 1,000.
I want to say it was around 65% of the multifamily approvals were directed towards rental.
Okay, thanks.
I might be being a little bit conservative. It might have been a little bit higher than that. So.
Okay, well, I'll just fudge it a bit then. It's on Facebook, so it's always true. Thanks. The one other question, if I may, is regarding the business case on the water course restoration. In our budget, we have $21,500 for this coming up year. Is that what you were referring to earlier, that we're putting the $20,000 into this, or is this something else?
Maybe Wendy might be able to speak to that, but I believe that's the same business case that you've identified. Oh, it's not in the budget. Sorry, it's not. You're not seeing that in the budget.
So I'm seeing it on page 36. So is that not?
Your Worship, maybe just jump in and clarify. So every year, there's money in the budget to do projects that the city is working on. So we have money, the last couple of years, you've had money in your budget to do restoration projects, and Mr. Holm talked about some of that work that's going on now. The idea of this program, as we understood the request from council, was to have some seed money available for other groups to apply to us in case they're doing a stream keepers type project that they could apply to, that we would provide a grant, and then they could go leverage that either through volunteer time or through other grants. So it was to have some additional capacity for restoration. But you do have that existing money in your budget.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in follow-up to Councillor Hammond's question, I was just triggered something. I'm curious, have we ever got a legal opinion on Section 509 or whatever it is that would allow us to explore to do something like Councillor Hammond's proposed?
We can look into that, but from my perspective, currently the legislation, the Local Government Act, and the bylaws that are in place would not allow us to do that. We have, on occasion, if somebody's varying frontage works, or they can't be constructed as per the standards completely at the time because of constraints. We have looked at off-site transitions and things like that, but we can't just take the money and use it elsewhere. We could explore that. I haven't got a legal opinion on it myself in recent time. We could explore that.
Sorry, Your Worship, I'm just going to add, over the years, this is a topic that's come up regularly. I've had numerous discussions with our lawyers on this very concept of sort of taking cash in lieu of frontage works, and the answer has always been consistently that the legislation does not allow for that. And I believe it's been the topic of UBCM resolutions in years past to kind of explore that. But as Mr. Holmes says, there's always the option, and from time to time, council will consider variances to frontage works and services. I think it goes back to the to the starting point that the majority of the time that we seek frontage works and services, we want those works and services there. And there's the very rare time that they don't work from a continuity perspective where we may support a relaxation. But for the vast majority of the cases, we do believe that the creation of those frontage works and services are important.
Mr. Rudolph.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to add one more. So back to the question, which was, can we accrue amenity charges and that type of thing? And it's, I think, well, firstly, this is a subject matter that's going to come to a GPC. So you've had no opportunity to get a briefing and understand this. And so this is nested in a bigger conversation, which Jeremy's trying to explain. And I suspect that maybe that's the day that you can start to get your head around this and understand the relationships. But the community amenity piece is voluntary. It's actually one that's an irritant to the development community, significant, because it's over and above those required contributions that they have to make. So there's a sort of, it's a voluntary conversation, and then where do you deploy those voluntary contributions to get council's approval? And that's, so it's quite an interesting topic. So I think in the absence of the opportunity to see the report and maybe some other contextual information in that session, that'd be an interesting day for you to see that and understand how that works and what policy direction you'd like to go on that, and it may trigger other thoughts as well. So I think a GPC day sometime in the new year will provide the opportunity to explore all that. And it is definitely related to housing, but it's related to other things as well. It's parked in the sense that it's coming to a GPC.
Mr. Holm, just a couple of things. Firstly, I can't emphasize enough how important what your section of our city government does. That you are the folks who are the subject of the judgment of outside investors and developers in our communities. And so how efficiently and how well you operate is very, very important. And so I'm delighted to see Mr. Nielsen completing his task. But I'm looking for sort of a general comment, because there have been a number of criticisms, particularly around commercial rental approvals at a time when businesses are suffering and malls are trying to reinvent themselves, et cetera. In a general way, do you expect, if you can't answer this, that's fine, but do you expect that Mr. Nielsen is going to come back and recommend perhaps more staffing or specialized staffing or different streams that are going to require that? And I'm looking at Ms. Mercer and Ms. Villa. Are we in a position to be nimble enough, given that this budget isn't being set finally for a while? Are we going to be nimble enough to respond? One of the approaches I've had from several leaders in the business community in the last week is, instead of trying to think of ourselves as being relatively good in comparison to municipalities of our size, can we in fact be leaders in development approval? And of course they throw out the Langford example, and I always say, well, frankly, who wants to live in Langford compared to Nanaimo? So I don't agree with that example. But having said that, I'm wondering if you think that there is an opportunity around what may come out of Mr. Nielsen's report that would require a budgetary increase that would in fact put us in a leadership position.
Maybe I'll speak to the first part, and I'm not going to presuppose the outcome, but it wouldn't surprise me if there were recommendations for, he's looking at all areas of staffing and technology, communications, and processes, and it wouldn't surprise me if he were to recommend specialized staff, additional staff, shifting a little bit there. And there is a challenge, obviously, in even just maybe touch on a little bit attracting qualified people in those areas. The province requires through the legislation that we have qualified building inspectors, and it's quite a process. It takes 8 years or so, roughly, for somebody to train up to the level that they need to approve the larger projects. But as far as the budget side and the nimbleness, maybe I'll leave Ms. Mercer to speak to that.
Ms. Mercer.
Thank you, Your Worship. As this is just a provisional budget at this point, we have, if something came up, we have the ability to incorporate that into this year's financial plan up to, May 15th of 2021. So we can be reactive to any changes that may come.
In case it isn't obvious, the reason I raise it is Councillor Bonner is quite rightly looking for sources of revenue to support government services. And I'm just thinking quite candidly, if things get built faster, the value of that property is enhanced and we have a source of revenue that we didn't have before. And I'm not suggesting we just build everything everywhere to create revenue, but if we have, you know, a vacant piece of land or whatever that can house people or provide commercial enterprise and they pay better taxes, all it is the better for us. The other thing is a much more practical and perhaps what I think is a more very exciting thing, and that's our tree voucher program. As we're struggling with creating bike lanes and doing all sorts of things to reduce our carbon footprint, I'm reminded of what the Indian agent said to my grandfather probably nearly 100 years ago when he was buying more cattle. He said, "Oh, Mr. Best, they'll make money for you at night." And by that, he simply meant that the cattle would get fatter as they grazed, and every night they were becoming more valuable and had greater market value. And it strikes me that our tree voucher program, as we discuss all these other things, I'm a fairly practical guy. We plant 100 trees, they suck carbon out of the air and they create oxygen for the rest of us. And I'm just wondering if this is a program that we should be looking at expanding dramatically, and whether if it was advertised better or whatever, that we might get more uptake on it, because it is a constant complaint from our voters and citizens here that every subdivision that goes through, every time, oh, look, you're cutting down all these trees, you're cutting down all these trees. And I guess my response is there something that you see in terms of enhancing this program that would in fact answer that legitimate complaint, but at the same time be good for the environment? As we figure out how to do things that are more sophisticated, can we just do something practical, plant a tree today that is going to benefit us year after year after year? I throw that out to you. I think I have, no, it's not a motion, Councillor Bonner. I trust staff, and I see Councillor Brown thumping his desk in enthusiasm. I'm always happy to have approval from anybody, but we'll hear from Mr. Home.
Did you want to comment or?
Please, I do.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally, yeah, it's popular. I think the shift to the e-voucher program, the online voucher program, I think gives us the capacity to expand it. It's important to note too, the voucher program is funded through tree removal expenses that are paid through development. So, a developer removes trees, they do have to provide, through the permitting process, they provide compensation for the removal. And some of that money goes towards the voucher program, some of it goes towards street trees. We planted, I believe, 300 street trees this year. It also goes towards some of the restoration projects. Tree planting within restoration projects that we work on with community members, or Mr. Harding's staff, or Mr. Sims' projects that you've heard about as well. So I think there's room with the change in the program for, there's an appetite, I think, and I think the change in the program to an online process gives us the capacity to expand it, so we can definitely look at that.
Thank you very much. If there's Mr. Rudolph. Nope, sorry. If there's no further questions, we're a little past break time, so 15 minutes. We'll recess. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Home.
Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done.
Next, you're going to hit search. And you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's VOYENT. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there, hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in, it just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow. And the reason that is, if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up.
Hey, Tiana. Hey. It sure is the coldest rink in town.
Oh, yeah, buddy!
Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go! Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, down in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City of Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
We're here today to make a couple street names. There was some vandalism in town, and we're just going to make a replacement. In the roads today, we're doing our Dundas Street and Bruce Avenue. They're all 8-inch, and we use 3 different sizes, mostly 24-inch, 32-inch, and 36-inch. We do use a consistent font with street names. This is actually my metal blank, so the only material here is the material that I actually will cut out in vinyl. From here we have to take out the vinyl that's not needed, which is the outer. So all we want to do is save the inside borders. From here we actually have to put a transfer tape on it. And what this does is it allows us to take the blue vinyl and pull it away from the clear backing that it's on so we can apply it to our aluminum blank. Now that we have our 2 sheeted piece of vinyl, we take our aluminum blank, which has high intensity diamond grade, which you can see behind me. We have all different colors. We have orange, yellow, white, depending on the type of signs. Most of our white signs are regulatory, and the yellow ones are warning signs. And right here, all I'm doing is pushing the transfer tape a little tighter to the vinyl. And then from there, we peel it back, our plastic, which basically leaves us with a big sticker. We put it on the aluminum. And when we're done here, we take our transfer tape off, and as you can see, we're left with Dundas.
call us back to order. Mr. Harding, Parks, Recreation and Culture 2021 Business Plan. Good morning.
Thank you, Worship. Mr. Lindsay, I'll be very brief because we'll have some speakers coming up. In the past, it would be us doing it all, but it's more of a benefit to council. You have other staff that are able to talk. So Parks, Recreation and Culture into two major sections, Recreation and Culture, Facilities and Parks Operations. So in a moment, I'll ask Lynn. Actually, Lynn can make her way up now because I'll be pretty quick. Lynn Warwick will be going over the Recreation Services side. And then, because council, not just because we want to highlight it, we also did it in the GPC, but this council's reinvested into culture. And so we separated out the culture plan again to highlight some of that investment in the culture and special events. And then Mr. Groot will come up and go over all the parks and operations side of things. So again, here's how we break up Parks, Recreation and Culture into the two departments, Recreation and Culture Services. With that, of course, and Lynn will go through in details all our facilities, our programs, and then all our cultural side of things. And then with Mr. Groot, all the facilities, which also include all our civic facilities, and insisting in all of those amenities, as well as our overall park system. So normally I don't like this graph because it always shows how expenditures we are. It never shows our revenues. So it does. We are definitely one of the larger departments. And this year, though, I can't complain about the revenues because with COVID, our revenues are substantially reduced, and so I can't complain about this slide this year. What I will say, as I say every year, we are a very big department, but I still say a healthy community is one where a lot of our recreation and our cultural services are still provided by a vast amount of volunteers and nonprofit organizations. So even though there's lots in here, a lot of it is of our focus and goal is to support and encourage the nonprofit and volunteer section that provides so many services throughout our city, in all our sports fields, our rinks, our cultural venues. So there's with that, this shows all this side, but doesn't get to highlight all of the great volunteer work that the other groups do. Mr. Rudolph mentioned a lot in his introduction on the Reimagine program, but also on the impact of COVID. So I'm not going to spend a lot on the COVID components. Mr. Rudolph made some good overview of that. And we also talked about, the different speakers are going to talk about the Reimagine program, but I just wanted to highlight again the importance of the updated Parks, Recreation, Culture Master Plan that started this year and will continue on. And then working under the Reimagine program, it's just a real key document to help guide where this community wants to go in providing all these services. So this is a real key component. I want to mention it if the public is listening, because the more input we get, we're right now doing a lot of outreach with stakeholders and trying to get groups to get some information in. But these documents are really, really important, and we think that they're static. But if you go back to the 1994 plan, where before we did a random sample survey, we thought that the only thing people really want would be another Port Theatre or a new ice rink or a pool. But what we found was the majority of the public wanted us to get access to water, more trails, more cycling routes. And that was able to kickstart with that kind of information, really focus when development happened along the Parkway or the Union Trail, the Harbourfront Walkway, and other areas. So it's really, really important. And then I know Ms. Fuller mentioned this week, and it's another real milestone, because one of these plans really talked about the needs for a new pool. So 20 years ago, the community, over 20 years ago, they decided to, through a referendum, to borrow for the Aquatic Center. And on Tuesday, that borrowing is, I think it's Tuesday, is it Ms. Fuller? Tuesday or Wednesday next week, the final payment will be paid. And so these kind of plans help focus on what the community and council wants to go and invest in. So just wanted to mention some of that as a highlight. And if there's no questions to me, I will turn it over to Lynn Warwick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harding.
When you need this.
Ms. Warwick, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
So I am here this morning to speak specifically about the recreation aspect of the organization. And our manager, Julie Bevan, is here to speak about the culture area because of the recent reorganization and how that's relatively new for the city. So just a reminder that the recreation and culture area includes aquatics and arenas, and then also community recreation, which is programming and special events, and then culture and events as well. So in the recreation services area, we have many facilities. So as you're aware of, we have 2 pools and 4 sheets of ice, with 1 pool currently operating and all 4 sheets of ice now operating. We have the Bowen Complex, which typically services a lot of the seniors demographic in the community. And then the newer Oliver Woods Community Center, where a lot of the focus is on sports and gym and some preschool activities. And then, of course, there's the Bevan Social Center, which typically hosts many special events, weddings, trade shows, and things like that. This year, it's been really important in supporting essential services with things like the blood donor clinics and a lot of different food programs. And then, of course, we have our activity centers that are located in neighborhoods and really help to support and create the neighborhood feel and provide fitness and yoga and different meeting space for different community groups, that kind of thing. And of course, we have many staff that are running these facilities. We have our recreation coordinators, our business services staff, lifeguards, facility maintenance people, custodians, instructor leaders. I think one thing that's really important to remember is that we're not just providing this service within these facilities in our community, we also reach out to the community as a whole, and we do things outside of our facilities in and around the community and often in partnership with other organizations. And we're also supporting many other organizations to help them realize the services that they want to provide for the community. This slide speaks to the recreation share of the city budget. It represents our expenditures. I think something that's unique about our department is that we also bring in revenue that helps to offset our expenditures. And this slide is just showing the expenditure side of things. And when we are speaking about the 2021 budget, it's important to recognize that it's all been planned based on a COVID operating schedule, which is how we're currently operating and have been since we started with opening arenas in the fall and pools and community centers. Arenas opened in the summer, and then the pool and the community centers opened in the fall. And Bevan Pool continues to be closed. So in terms of 2020, it was quite the year. In fact, the other day I was working on a timeline with our business services manager, and my brain went blank and I couldn't even remember what year it was. So I think that's my brain trying to black it out or something already.
Allow me to interrupt. Trust me, it's felt by many of us.
What was that, sorry?
Trust me, it's felt by many of us. Pardon me for interrupting, but it's...
Yeah. So obviously it's been a very COVID-heavy year, and it impacted our department quite a bit, starting with 1 week after I started working here, closing all of our facilities, and then working on redeploying all of our staff. I think that it was a huge advantage redeploying our staff and having them experiencing other areas in the city and learning more about how the city operates. And they've been able to come back now to their regular jobs, and I think that it's really been beneficial what they've learned, and now they can apply that back in their home positions. So after the redeployment of all of our staff, of course, we had to start working right away on reopening all of our facilities, which I can say was much more difficult than closing our facilities. However, all of the staff did an amazing job of getting us prepared and writing our COVID safety plans and retrofitting our facilities, and there was a lot of interdepartmental work. and collaborative work. So that was very well done, and it enabled us to reopen and start to provide recreation services to the community again. Not that we weren't when we were closed, because we did move a lot of things outdoors, but just the more typical recreation services. And then once we reopened, we got very heavily involved in working on the return to sport guidelines. So that was to get groups back into the arenas such as hockey, and groups back into the pool like the swimming teams and that kind of thing, but also all the parks and fields, because our department looks after all the bookings for those. So there was baseball and football, and then the BMX organization and judo, and different groups that rent our city facilities, or lease our city facilities. So that took an enormous amount of time, just helping get people back to sport. And then, in terms of more specific achievements, one of the things that we did early on in the pandemic was make sure that we connected with all of the seniors that were part of our Harbour City Seniors program. And it was extremely well received and really important, because a lot of these people were feeling lonely and isolated, and it resulted in us connecting them with 411 and getting some services to them that they needed to feel supported. We also had the opportunity to take a look at our Perfect Mind software, which is relatively new for the city, and we got a chance to review and standardize some of our business practices, which helped improve the use of our software. And of course, we got a Reimagine working group going to help with the whole process of the stakeholder engagement for the city. And our working group consists of staff from parks, recreation, and culture, so that we can make sure that we're best supporting this process. And we have a group called the PIT Crew in the Recreation and Culture Department, which is the Promotions Implementation Tools team. And of course, they had to completely reimagine how we market and advertise our services. So that crew worked extremely hard on getting word out to the community about how they could access our services this year. Some other specifics, just a reminder that I recently sent you an update, and there was a link in there to a slideshow about all of the programming and all of the events that we managed to undertake over the summer. And I think that if you had a chance to look at it, what you could see is that our staff did an amazing job of adapting to the situation, and they moved a lot of things to the outdoors, and we also did a lot of things virtually as well. And what we've learned through the pandemic is that this has happened across Canada and within our province, that many municipalities and regional districts have adapted to the outdoors and the virtual environments, and that it's been so successful that it's something we need to carry forward with us into the future in some way, shape, or form. Some other things that we did this year was we created the Parks Ambassadors program. So the BC Recreation and Parks Association did some research earlier on in the pandemic, and the research showed that parks use had gone up by 60% across the province. So we quickly realized that we needed to get some ambassadors out into that environment and to remind people of the COVID protocols. And they also reported back on any work that needed to be done in the parks, and they picked up garbage and did various things in the parks. And really it was a role to help educate the public and make sure that they were recreating safely. We also created the water safety education team because of the fact that our pools were closed, and there are a high number of deaths, unfortunately, due to drowning every year. We felt that it was imperative that we were getting education out to the community around how to recreate safely around water, and that was very well received by the community. We got a lot of positive feedback on that. And of course, as we transitioned from the outdoors to the indoors, our parks ambassadors now became facility ambassadors, and they're currently working in the lobbies of our buildings, admitting people that are registered in our programs or activities, and cleaning high touch points regularly, providing information to people, ensuring they're wearing their masks, that kind of thing. And it's been an essential role in helping manage this whole situation for us. The other thing that we were able to do is revise how we provided services for people with special needs in the summer. So we changed the way we integrated children into our summer camps. And it was extremely important because the families really needed this respite, and they were very appreciative of the fact that we were still able to provide services for them. Of course, the new Committee for Accessibility and Inclusiveness started this year. So we've been working with that committee, and they've had a lot of really great input to give on various city projects, with different departments coming in and doing presentations around things that are happening in the community with different development projects and such. And we also got started on a LEAP program review. So that's the Leisure Economic Access Program, and that was City Council that requested this committee do that work. So we have started on that, but unfortunately we've had to delay the timeline slightly because we were busy doing other things. So we anticipate moving that forward early next year. So our opportunities for 2021, of course, we're still in a pandemic. This past week alone is a great demonstration of how flexible and adaptive we need to continue to be. The rules changed a lot this past week, and we had to be very responsive. And in fact, on Monday, there are some new guidelines that are due to come out around sports and fitness and those kinds of things. But I think what we've learned that more than anything right now is that recreation and culture and parks are extremely important to support a healthy community. I know that you're hearing on the news that there are all sorts of people suffering with mental health issues. People have not been as active. There was a research study I heard quoted on the radio the other day that all kinds of people have gained weight during this pandemic. So I think it's really critical that we continue to offer our services however we can to help support the physical and mental health of the individuals in our community, and basically just help create a healthy community in general. So we will continue being responsive to the provincial health orders and all of the changes that come out, and I still refer to this as like we're playing a giant whack-a-mole game, because every time we get one mole popped down, another one pops back up again. So it really is occupying a lot of our time just managing all the changes with COVID. But of course, I mentioned the outdoors and the virtual activities. What a really huge benefit of this crisis is that we have had to figure out new ways of doing things. And our staff has done a really good job of that. Another huge benefit of this situation is that the BC Recreation and Parks Association has an extremely strong CEO who has provided incredible leadership through this, and we've created very strong connections across the province with various director groups, manager groups, coordinator groups, and we're all really working together, trying to be as coordinated in our efforts as possible, and really sharing best practices and new ideas with each other. And I think that that's something that will continue into the future as well. Also, of course, Reimagine is a great opportunity for us to hear from the community about what they need and what they want in terms of parks, recreation, and culture services, and we'll be able to adapt to what we hear back from the community over the course of the next year. We're currently in the focus group stage right now, and we'll be wrapping that up in the next week or so. Of course, I recognized this, not just me, all sorts of people recognized before the pandemic that resilience was something that we really needed to work on with individuals and with our communities. And the pandemic has really brought this to the forefront. So I think a big opportunity for us next year is going to be working with our staff as well as the community on how to enhance all of our resilience when we're confronted with these challenges that come across us in life. So some of our key initiatives, as well as living with COVID and doing the Reimagine process, is that we are going to continue with a Perfect Mind stewardship group, which is comprised of staff from various departments, reconfiguring our software systems so that we can collect really good business information from the software, which will help us with our decisions as we go forward into the future. We have a couple of financial projects that we're doing next year. So I mentioned the LEAP review already, and I think that you were aware there was a user fees and charges review that happened, and we're hoping to bring that forward to council in 2021 and perhaps begin implementation of the recommendations in that review. And then another little project that we thought maybe would be really great for the community and something positive that we could work towards is taking a look at potentially applying for the BC Summer Games in 2026. So right now we're just in the process of talking to the key stakeholders in the community that would need to be on board with putting an application in for this, and we're determining if there's enough interest in the community or not. So that's something that could possibly come forward to council in January. So again, another slide which shows our operating budget, and you'll see that it is slightly less in 2021 than typical. And of course, that's because we're presenting a budget for 2021 that keeps Beban Pool closed for the year. And that actually helps to offset some of the increased costs of us operating because, of course, we're offering less services because we need all the additional space and the additional cleaning time and that sort of thing. And we're also getting in less revenue. So that is represented on that slide. And before I turn it over to Julie, I just want to say that this has been a challenging year, obviously, for everyone, but I'd like to give huge kudos to all of our staff who have been really creative and really adaptive and working so hard. And I also want to thank Mayor and Council for all of the support. It's been very appreciated.
Thank you very much, Ms. Work, and I think I can say on behalf of Council, as we saw people shift around within the city and undertake jobs they hadn't undertaken before, that it was exactly as you said, very successful. I think it has been one of the silver linings in the horrible cloud of COVID, and we also very much appreciate as Council that as you have tried to reopen facilities and get programs back up and running, how much flack is the kindest thing I can say that staff have received from the public, and how much Council appreciates the restraint and kindness and understanding that they have shown to some people who didn't reflect those qualities themselves in their behavior. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, and Councillor Brown has a question.
Thank you. No, not a question, actually. You said it well, so I just wanted to add that, one, I've been really impressed with the response of just rec and parks and how we've adapted, but I also really love that we're able to find time to reflect on lessons learned and new ways of thinking about something and thinking about how we can improve, delivery, maybe, not immediately, but taking some of those positives that we're able to notice through COVID and saying, hey, how do we apply that in the future? How do we do something a little differently? And I think that's really excellent, and sort of brings the adage of desperation breeds innovation sometimes, and I think that is true, but I think it's just wonderful that people are finding time to reflect on that and just making a note of it or changing how we do things a little differently.
Thank you.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. And I would echo those same comments. I do have a couple of questions, though. Park ambassadors, are we going to carry on with those next year?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Bonner, at this point in time, we have not planned to continue the Park Ambassador program. We do recognize that the landscape could change, and that might be something that we want to consider, and then we would have to come back to Mayor and Council and determine a way that we might be able to make that happen if we feel it's necessary.
And what we're hearing from the federal government regarding vaccinations and possible timelines and that sort of thing, one of the timelines was that by fall, majority of people in Canada might have been vaccinated. So do we have any contingency plans in terms of reopening Bebin under a condition of, say in August or September, and what that would do to probably chop your budget up into serious big pieces?
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Bonner, we do have a contingency plan. We've had finance working on what it would look like to potentially open Bebin Pool in September after the Labor Day weekend. We have numbers on that, and actually we can put numbers to any date that mayor and council might be interested in. I don't have that with me right now, but it can be provided by finance quite quickly.
And in your review, does that cost more, or do we make more, or does it balance out?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bonner, in a COVID operating schedule, it will cost more.
Cost more, okay. Finally, the LEAP review. Are we able to use the work that you're doing on that for many of the other services that we charge fees for in the city? Like, could we?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bonner, I'm not 100% sure that I understand your question, but one thing I want to mention is that we will be getting a lot of really solid information back through the Reimagine process on other barriers to participation in recreation. So there are some questions in the survey around that, and we've been asking that question in our focus groups as well, because often if people have a financial barrier to participation, they also have other barriers too, like transportation, culture, language, different things. So we're collecting that information through this process. So I would anticipate that when we come back with our information to the Accessibility and Inclusion Committee, we might be providing them with more information than just the financial piece around the whole barriers to recreation concept. But I'm not sure that that answered your question.
Mostly I was saying is, could we use the same criteria for, like, say, bus passes and things along those lines, things that do get charged, or even, for the lack of something else, water fees, things along those lines. Is that a possibility in the future?
Yep, through the mayor. I believe that we're going to be collecting some pretty solid data that could apply to other areas as well. And you mentioned a bus pass, for example. If our data shows that transportation is a huge barrier for people, then we would probably want to make some sort of a recommendation on how we can make transportation more accessible for people. And we would probably work with the transportation department on some ideas around what that could look like.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Good work, thank you.
Thanks very much. I'll turn it over to Julie.
Your Worship.
Mr. Harding.
I just wanted to mention on one aspect, with particularly the recreation budget. So we have a number of assumptions going into the new year, and some of those assumptions may or may not prove to come to fruition. So, for example, we have ambassadors in our facilities budgeted to the end of March, and that's just hoping that maybe the pandemic opens up and we may not need the ambassadors. But if the pandemic hasn't progressed further, then we need to come back and amend the budget at that time with you. But if the pandemic improves and we have more, then we can also look at some of those other components. So I think particularly with the Parks Recreation, particularly the recreation budget, just letting council a heads up of, we may be right up to the last day of when the budget needs to be approved in May, with making some changes, just because we just can't predict everything that's going to happen.
Thanks, Mr. Harding. Mr.
Rudolph, given the fiscal impact of the assumptions that are built into the recreation program, and given the fact that we did have a question that we would anticipate around alternate scenarios, and there's big fiscal pieces, I suspect that one of the flagged items that you should see during the course of next week and beyond is a little more analysis around the fiscal implications of the closure and possible reopenings and stuff like that. So I think it would serve council well to be have that information. And one of the concerns that I have actually expressed as to finance is we just can't dump everything into the new year and say we've got time till May to figure it out. Well, these are all add-ons. So if we get to a place where you're comfortable with a budget number and then we find ourselves adding, that's not a comfortable place to be. So I think we have to understand as much as we can now before you get to the place where you've sealed this off for now, but not have a continuous conversation for 4 months coming into the new year. You want some certainty. So I think on this, you might, if we could find the time, either, I'm not sure when, Monday or Friday next week, or even the following week, to unpack that scenario that was just mentioned, I think it would be useful. And it might inform you a little bit more about the cost. You know, that's a significant change in our budget and the cost implications around the opening and keeping it closed and that type of thing, and what it's costing us to keep those facilities open right now. So maybe I suggest that we park it a little bit and find time through our process to discuss that a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rudolph. Mr. Harding. Ms. Warwick. Ms. Bevan. Good morning and welcome.
Morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you today to present an overview of our plan for culture and events for 2021. As you can see here, this budget represents 2.1% of the city's big picture. And I'll just share some brief highlights of our achievements so far in 2020. You'll be familiar with many of these projects because we've touched on these initiatives most recently in the October GPC on culture. Really key in our work each year, as you know, is the assessment and delivery of grants to community organizations through 3 grant streams. Last year, there were over 45 grants, and our team liaises regularly with many of these organizations. 2020 was a particularly busy year in that regard, as we helped groups adapt to changing circumstances with COVID. We've also this year enhanced the ways that we're communicating and storytelling to share about our work and its impact, to promote opportunities to the community, and to contribute to pride of place here. One example of this includes our new Love Arts Nanaimo newsletter. The 3rd installment went out this week. We've also been working on creating video profiles as mechanisms for storytelling and using an Instagram channel. We've collaborated with community partners to realize new works of art for Nanaimo and have interpreted them. One Song Staircase was installed by Humanity and Art on Wharf Street. We also supported Hub City Walls to create 3 murals for downtown Nanaimo. New artwork was realized for Harewood Skate Park. It was part of a collaboration with Nanaimo Art Gallery by Coast Salish artists Joel Good and Bracken Hanous Corlett. It includes Hulkaminum, the word hyanimus, and the video profile on the skate park was released this week. It highlights how the park has become a destination and a place of belonging. We took the opportunity of the closure at Bebbin Pool to commission a new artwork by Quasselton Elliott White Hill that's inspired by the estuary. The project is called The Sacred Gathering of Freshwater and Saltwater, that's its English title, and it incorporates beings of the estuary into a series of murals and banners to celebrate and honor this place. We organized virtual celebrations to mark the openings of 4 key city amenities. You were involved in these photo shoots. We installed 9 artworks as part of the temporary program, and we expanded this year to a site in the Old City Quarter and installed a work in a new location downstairs in this building at the Vancouver Island Conference Center. We collaborated with our youth poet laureate, Valina Zanetti, to adapt and present her project, Be Kind to All Kinds, to coincide with Poetry Month. We had 10 youth from the community write poems inspired by the welfare of animals. And 1 poem from you, Mayor Krogh, on your guinea pig daffodil. In terms of events, we adapted, we delivered the cultural awards, We adapted concerts in the park this year to take music on the road and presented a 5-concert series at seniors' residences in different parts of Nanaimo. And we've put a lot of care and energy into how we're activating Reimagine Nanaimo. We've held meetings so far with over 60 participants, including cultural knowledge keepers from Snuneymuxw First Nation, representatives of arts and cultural nonprofit organizations, for-profit and cultural companies, and individual practitioners, where we explored visions for the future and what the city's role should be in supporting a thriving cultural ecosystem and how culture works as a pillar of sustainability. We also commissioned 3 creative responses as part of Reimagine Nanaimo, a song by Sonnet Labbé, an illustration by Sebastian Aboud, and a poem by Velina Zanetti. Looking ahead to 2021, we're focused sharply on evolving and enhancing our programs to respond to community feedback and to align with the city's priorities. We're looking at how to reposition, for example, our Poet Laureate programs to strengthen them and make it a desirable and meaningful opportunity. There's a lot of work ahead in terms of public art and the systems in place around it, how we tell stories about these projects, how we're caring for them over the long term, and how we can best leverage opportunities to collaborate with community partners and collaborate across city departments to realize projects that will resonate. And we're going to continue to facilitate dialogue, learning, and action on truth and reconciliation. As you know from our meeting in October, we're working on this grant review process now. Already, we've identified ways that we can refine the program to make it work better, both for this organization as a funder and for the groups that rely on it. We're going to facilitate opportunities for professional development and capacity building for the arts and culture sector. We see this as a key opportunity and a key time to undertake this kind of work. And in fact, we're not waiting till 2021. Our first session on grant writing with partnering with the BC Arts Council is happening next week, focusing on a new program they're offering that we know that Nanaimo's arts organizations can take advantage of. We're going to continue to support organizations and our key partners who operate the city's cultural facilities to continue to adapt and to safely deliver their services and programs to the community. In terms of proposed change to the budget, the only substantive change in the culture budget this year is the project that you're already aware of. Richard Harding brought this forward in February and June to the Finance and Audit Committee. This includes a lift to the annual contribution of the city to Nanaimo Art Gallery's budget, to both operating and capital, and the one-time funding of a proposed feasibility study, which aligns with the gallery's phased plan for expansion. This addresses the need for quality space for creation and exhibition, and it's a message that has come through strongly as a theme in our strategic conversations as part of Reimagine Nanaimo. And I know what the art gallery is planning in terms of a feasibility study is a comprehensive, community-wide and inclusive conversation that invites feedback from various groups, including, of course, the arts community and local artists, but that also extends quite broadly. They'll be exploring how a facility for both creation and exhibition advances their organizational goals, but also community goals and the city's own goals. And they'll be working to meaningfully embed Snuneymuxw perspectives and engagement from the start. And their study will incorporate and reflect thinking on climate emergency, accessibility and inclusion, and sustainability. In terms of the city role in this process, the city is a key stakeholder and a connector, bringing various community groups together to contribute to a conversation about what this new facility could be, its business and programming model, and how it will serve our communities here. Finally, a graph of the draft operating budget. The dark blue at the top is grants and subsidies, and the orange is service and supply contracts. And so what this really points back to is our purpose in the culture and events section as an enabler, a connector, a convener, a facilitator, and a funder, and how important our relationships are with the partners who operate our cultural facilities, who deliver cultural programs and services in the community, and are in fact the manifestation of culture in Nanaimo. They play a lead role in education, innovation, and the development of creative imagination that's imperative to a healthy community. Thank you. That concludes the presentation on this section.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martman.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, and just so I understand, first of all, I love your passion, so thank you very much. In the new expenditures, when we're doing the 25,000 feasibility study, because one thing that we're feeling, or we're getting the feedback from the arts community, is local artists don't have a place to really collaborate and house themselves. Is this being looked at in the feasibility study? Because I understood it was, so.
Yes, that's correct. The feasibility study is meant to take a broad look at how to incorporate many groups and to address many needs at once in one kind of facility. And as a professional arts organization, Nanaimo Art Gallery is well positioned to play a leadership role in that work, and also to leverage additional funds from other levels of government to move that forward.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to staff and whoever can answer it, but I do note there's a significant allocation towards tourism, and I'm just wondering if there's going to be a conversation to unpack the future use of those funds at some point through this process.
Mr. Harding, is Ms. Bevan?
Richard, do you want to?
I'm sorry, I missed that part of it,
Your
Councillor.
Worship, I think that is a question for Mr. Harding. The issue is, question was around tourism in
That's the part of it. I was dealing with something else.
Sure, no worries. There's significant sum of funds for tourism. I'm just wondering if there's a point through this discussion that we'll be unpacking that a little bit and any potential decision points with respect to that.
Right, Your Worship, as we're coming back with a report to you before the end of December on tourism and some options for council to consider. So if we could wait to that report coming forward, might be the best time for that, if that's all right, Councillor.
Thank you. And just so we're clear, we don't necessarily have to formalize the budget until that report has come forward? Just trying to think timing-wise.
I think there'll be enough time, but I'd have to lean to finance on that one.
Mr. Rudolph.
Your Worship, we're trying to schedule this to come earlier than later, but with the availability of the review person that's doing it for us, Mr. Nielsen, it looks like the target date is December 14th for a presentation. So it is before provisional is set, and it is linked to the ACDAV function and those types of things. And this is one of the budgetary issues that we'll have to face is the funding envelopes for any of the task force and other things that are coming forward. We're trying, the sooner we can get those in, it's important that we try to get information in no later than the 14th of December on that. But on the specifics around tourism, that there's some scenarios that we need to understand, I guess, in terms of that function, where it's at, how it continues, and so forth, and what are the fiscal implications of that. And there are opportunities, we think, in as part of that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, Councillor Brown took my question. I'm going to have to start writing them over here like this.
Sincerest form of flattery, Councillor Bonner.
I did want to flag that for next week, but now that you raised the date, am I to understand that we're going to be discussing these options at the same meeting that we're discussing the Health and Housing Task Force recommendations?
Mr. Rudolph.
Well, Your Worship, I wasn't certain that that was going to be the same day or not, but I think as a result of the meeting yesterday at the Health and Housing, I anticipate that that's coming forward, as well as I hope and anticipate that the ACDEV Task Force is coincidentally coming forward at that time. I think from a budgetary point of view, it would be important to get it there. It may not be 100% complete, But yeah, so that's the one meeting that we have available, GPC scheduled for the month to unpack those things and understand the fiscal implications of all those things. So it's, unfortunately, we're in the budget process now, but we don't have those reports and recommendations here yet. So we're hoping that certainly have those before you set your provisional.
Okay, and thank you. And then my next question is to Ms. Bevan. Do the grants that we have listed in here, and I can see where they're going up, which is fine, do those also include our permissive tax exemptions, or that is another line item somewhere else?
Ms. Mercer.
Through your worship, the permissive tax exemptions don't have a line item in the budget. They are just part of taxes, and as we don't collect taxes for those properties, we collect more from the remaining properties in the class. So there is no separate line item for permissive tax exemptions.
Okay, thank you. And with that case, which is great, that means we're giving out that much in grants. Do you have any idea how we compare to other municipalities and the amount of grants that we give out as part of our budget? Like we're giving out 1.7 million. How do we fare up with other municipalities? Do you have an idea?
That's information that we're looking at the moment as part of the grant review process to gather a few comparables and look at best practice from other municipalities.
Okay, thank you. Look forward to it.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think our investment in culture is bearing out for us. I really believe that the newsletter is wonderful. All of the work that's going on in the department is really visible in the community. So thank you to everyone who is doing that. The skateboard park is a really, I think it's my neighborhood, but it's also, it's such a good representation of how recreation and culture go together. So I think the city is really nailing that. This isn't a question, but just a comment. So you've actually articulated something that I'm working on in the Health and Housing Task Force, and that's the role of the city in this kind of ecosystem. And I just want to flag this one sentence, and you actually said it in your presentation. The role of the culture section is that of convener, connector, facilitator, enabler, and funder. And I just think you're languaging something that is reflective of conversations we're having across the organization. So thank you. No specific questions, I guess, just my accolades. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Ms. Bevan, thank you very much. Appreciate your comments this morning, and to echo the compliments about your enthusiasm and passion. Well said, Councillor Marmon. Mr. Groot, Facility and Parks Operations. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Worship, and members of council, and those watching online. So I'm here to present on the Facility and Parks Operations Department. Let's remember this. So Facilities and Parks Operations is divided into 4 sections. In 2020, Park Operations saw the retirement of Al Britton, a long-term staff member, and new to the position is Charlotte Davis, previously in the facility operations side of the department, and we're really excited about her being in this role. Park operations is divided into horticulture and arboriculture, turf and neighborhood parks, trails and construction, and utilities. Infrastructure planning and facilities asset management also includes corporate energy management. We have civic facilities in the department. And then in August of 2020, Mike Bryson joined us to become the new manager of recreation facilities and custodial services. Mike has brought with him a wealth of knowledge in these areas, as well as a strong customer service background, and we welcome Mike to the team. In overview, Park Operations oversees the care and maintenance of all city-owned parkland, multi-use trail systems, and outdoor activity venues. This section also shared responsibility for maintaining Nanaimo's urban forest and natural areas, as well as controlling the spread of invasive plant species. This section is also responsible for the implementation of their section of the annual capital plan, with staff working in both operational, maintenance, and capital project spheres, which include short, medium, and long-term park planning. This important work is done through staff, contracted services, consultants, community groups, societies, as well as volunteers. In an overview for facility operations, the facility operations section manages, develops, and assists in the creation of asset management plans for all city-owned facilities through condition assessment of city-owned facilities and building components such as building envelope, electrical systems, mechanical systems, including plumbing and HVAC, as well as structural and seismic reviews. Strategic energy management planning for the organization, including meeting energy-saving targets and the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, including a 12-year partnership with BC Hydro, is also work that is currently completed in this section. The facility operations section is also responsible for the implementation of their section of the capital plan, with, again, many staff working in both operational, maintenance, and capital project spheres, which also include short, medium, and longer-term planning. Similar to park operations, this work is also done through staff, contracted services, consultants, community groups, societies, and volunteers. Just a graph showing the expenditures. What's not shown is the agreement that we have with BC Hydro for the wage subsidy to the energy manager's position. So that's an annual contribution currently of $50,000 a year. And then what's not shown is there are approved projects that go through application to BC Hydro, and then some of those end up receiving incentive money back as a result of meeting requirements of the project. So we annually get incentives from BC Hydro and from Fortis Gas. 2020. Well, we'll start with some of the COVID-related achievements. There was quick reaction to an escalating COVID crisis in the spring in Nanaimo, and there remains a vigilant approach to the ongoing scenario. Safe and well-communicated closures and monitoring of facilities, recreation amenities, and outdoor spaces during the initial shutdown was a team effort by all staff in the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Division. Later on, safe and well-communicated reopening of these amenities happened in line with direction from provincial health and other governing bodies like the BCRPA and Via Sport and what have you. And of course, WorkSafe and that as well. 2020 has presented this organization and this community with some interesting challenges, but also allowed for the creation of some great programs to allow for the continued use and enjoyment of the great outdoor spaces of our city. The Ambassador program was key in assisting the public to safely enjoy those places. Parks operations were able to assist in the provision of safe drinking water by taking standard faucet or fountain style drinking fountains and turning them into faucet operated water bottle filling stations. The facility section was able to help 4 to 5 local business owners in creating outdoor patio spaces, as well as helping city facilities meet their COVID operating requirements. The extended closures of city-owned facilities and some outdoor amenities allowed for work to be done that typically is very difficult to schedule. And now just an overview of regular achievements in the department. 2020 saw the completion of some great council-supported projects: stadium lights at Sir Oxman, the youth park at Harewood Centennial Park, Maffeo Sutton Park Playground Phase 1, and the Rotary Centennial Garden. There were many other general maintenance projects and planning projects, and there were assessment projects. The list of projects completed is actually quite long, and it'll be exciting on Monday to come and talk more about those achievements as well. Several natural area assessments were completed or committed to be done, including Bowen Park and Westwood Lake. The tree work in the forest of Partissa Park, as per the 2019 natural area assessment, will soon be underway and completed in early 21. Another example is the park's GIS asset inventory. Staff continue working with GIS and IT departments to develop and implement an asset inventory of all park assets. All of this data is important to help develop strong preventative maintenance and long-term replacement plans. Not only were there great projects completed, but regular inspection, maintenance, and repairs were also completed as staff's regular annual work plans. Reimagine Nanaimo through the engagement process is and was a main focus in 2020 and will continue to be in 21. The official community plan and the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan documents outline a shared community vision and set priorities and guide division activities over the next 10 years. The Parks, Rec, and Culture Master Plan will set out strategic actions to achieve the official community plan policies and goals. Collaborative approaches are helping to integrate policies, share resources, and dovetail community engagement activities. Specifically, Parks, Recreation, and Culture staff have facilitated many pop-up information events for the Reimagine process, including sidewalk engagement. It was particularly pleasing to see operational staff attend these pop-up events to not only just it allowed them to see the community and the community to see them and experience something other than going out, to maintain or to fix or to repair. So it was really great to see operational staff involved in those events as well. As well, there's been advertising promotion of the projects at facilities, parks, and trails. There's also been facilitation of cultural contests and creative engagement. There have been many stakeholder engagement sessions with various parks, recreation, and culture groups. 2020 achievements for facilities. Staff are continuing to work to complete the study of options and feasibility for heating plant upgrades at the Nanaimo Aquatic Center and Bevan Park Complex, including a Stage 1 geo-exchange suitability assessment. This work will allow staff to inform council on options that will assist in the lowering of energy consumption or the reduction of greenhouse gases. Presentations of this information will occur early in the new year. Information from the ongoing condition assessment project is utilized for project planning and updating of the asset management plans, capital plans, and preventative maintenance plans. The information will also be used to inform the organization, the community, and council on future expenditures on our facilities to be able to continue to provide the services throughout the community. The facilities team will be coming to future GPC meetings to present on facilities, energy, and possible future projects. The extended closure of city-owned facilities during the pandemic has allowed for work to be done, again, that is typically difficult to schedule. On the lower right-hand of the screen, you see a floor, which seems relatively benign, but it's the front lobby at the Nanaimo Aquatic Center. And for a number of years, we've been trying to find a way to make that floor, just do a revamp of that floor, but timing was always the issue. So we really were able to take advantage of an extended closure and do work that, again, typically it would have been really hard to do in a standard closure, and it could have caused, a longer disruption in a regular year. So it's really great to be able to do work like that. Projects throughout the city facilities included improvements to mechanical systems, electrical systems, exteriors of buildings, interiors, and flooring. These are just some examples of the type of work done during the operating year. Not only were great projects completed, again, but regular inspection, maintenance, and repairs were also completed of staff's regular annual work plans. I'd like to mention that project management staff in the engineering projects department took the lead on several key projects in both the parks and facilities sections of this department. It's a collaborative relationship that's resulting in the successful completion of many strategic projects throughout the city on behalf of Parks, Recreation, and Culture. And I look forward to the ongoing collaboration that we currently are doing with that department. It's fantastic. Opportunities. 2021 opportunities for parks include a review of the corporate approach to trees in the urban forest. It's underway, and multiple divisions are working together collaboratively to realize interdepartmental efficiency and improve service delivery. As part of this, The urban forestry coordinator will return to park operations in early 2021, and this will allow for continued asset management of the city's natural and urban parks and spaces and forests. Continued progress with the park's amenities condition assessment program will lead to informed decisions on when to replace aging assets. Continuing to work with external stakeholders such as service groups, neighborhood associations, community groups, nonprofits, user groups, as well as consultants and contractors to build strong relationships and to achieve overall sectional objectives. Continuing to define roles and responsibilities is also a 2021 opportunity within the operational sections of the department to reduce any duplication or redundancy in annual operations. 2021 opportunities and facilities. They include the completing of data set information for facilities to assist in the formalization of long-term planning for both capital projects and preventative maintenance, which will inform a facility master plan on the maintenance and capital side of a plan like that. This information will also be critical for a future computerized asset management system, or it's also known as a computerized maintenance management system. This is true for both park and facility operations. In accordance with the long-term reorganizational plans established in 2019, the transfer of facility asset management and energy management responsibility will shift to the engineering department. This shift will continue to improve corporate approaches to things like resource management, capital planning, capital projects, asset management, and will reduce the possible duplication of efforts. Continuing to define roles and responsibilities within the operational section of the department to reduce any duplication or redundancy in annual operations to be able to maintain and improve levels of service is also an opportunity for 2021. Key initiatives. Staff in the Parks, Recreation and Culture Division are adaptable, creative, dedicated, and resilient, and this allows for opportunities to be realized throughout the year. Collaborative relationships in the organization, but also in the community, are what bring initiatives and opportunity to realization. Staff look forward to continue to develop those internal and external relationships through internal communication and through the reimagined community engagement process as it continues. As the creation and implementation of internal training programs will also be started in 21 within the department. As asset inventories continue to be developed, the information will be used to match existing work programs, to formalize activity registries against those assets, and to continue to enhance our preventative maintenance plans across the facility and park operations department. Draft operating budget. And before I sign off, I would, again, similar to what Ms. Wark did, I'd like to thank Mayor and Council, senior leadership, staff, and the community for helping us to make Nanaimo what it is and what it will become. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Groot. Councillor Turley is first out of the gate.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Groot, I'm looking at the 2020 achievements under Bevan Pool, and I see some reference to void detection investigation, and that, I don't understand it, so it's bringing alarm bells.
Nope, so through your worship to Councillor Turley, so there had been an ongoing issue at Bevan Park with some, we were losing water on a regular basis. So as part of the investigation, we did the standard looking at the lights, fixtures, looking at the expansion joints. And then we brought in, because we weren't completely solving the issue, we brought in ground penetrating radar, and we actually did a ground penetrating radar program on the base of the main tank of the pool. And we had discovered, or what we thought we had discovered, voids under the main tank. And so as a result of that, we actually drilled into the main tank and had a look under. But what had resulted over the years was there was just a shift in the density of the aggregate below the main tank. And so it made it look like voids. So the good news is there were no voids and we weren't losing water there. So we've repaired all that, and then all of the lights have been repaired as well, and any of the other possible areas, so that loss of water has been mitigated.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, if I may, I'm not sure, probably this is a finance question. Under the budget, the civic properties revenue drops from 135,000 to 24,000, and then it stays at 24,000 for the next 4 years. Could someone tell me what that's about?
Community Services Building.
Ms. Phillip.
Through the chair to Councillor Bonner, the revenue from the Community Services Building used to be captured there, and of course, we will no longer have tenants that are paying rent in that building.
That's the one on Prudhoe?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Makes sense. And the East Wellington Park, we talked about that for quite a while, and then I haven't heard of it at all for quite some time. Do we have an idea where we're at with that?
Your Worship, so one of the slides that Mr. Group mentioned, a couple of parks, and we're going to go back out for the engagement but as we kicked off the Reimagine engagement, we're trying to roll some of the input for a number of them. The East Wellington Park, some work we want to do at Westwood Lake, as well as the new property that the council bought for Park Avenue, to try and roll some of the engagement into those, some feedback from the public, and then rather than us going out and doing separate engagements for all that, and then bringing it all back together.
Okay, thank you. That'd be great. In the Mayor's Task Force presentation in front of Council, there was a talk about putting in a generator at Beban. Is that something that we're looking at? I know that we're looking at redoing the electrical panel there.
Yeah, so through your worship to Councillor Bonner, the design work has actually completed for the Bevan Park improvements to the electrical substation. What Council approved as part of the project was to make the facility generator ready, so that if a future decision was made to purchase generators, we wouldn't have to redo any of the work that was previously approved. It would basically be a plug-and-play scenario.
Okay, perfect. Let's see. In your report, you talked about park asset maintenance. And I'm wondering if the possibility of installing and utilizing our CAM system that was talked about at the last meeting would help out with that part of it as well.
Yeah, so through your worship to Councillor Bonner, absolutely. So what staff are currently doing throughout the park system and working with GIS and IT is we're creating data set layers within HubMap and with our own information kind of systems to be able to populate a CMMS system when it comes on board in the organization. So that's actually happening now. And is it your opinion that if we did move to a CAM system, it would save money in how you're doing things now? The idea, sorry, through your worship to Councillor Bonner, the concept of the CMMS is that would help us identify efficiencies, even from a GIS perspective of if there are work orders clumped in a certain region of the community, you can book those work orders to be completed in a group rather than assigning them on an individual basis, and you end up saving just alone on travel time and things like that. So my answer would be yes, there would be efficiencies realized through a system like that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
Thank you very much.
I think you're off the hook.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right on time.
I was going to say that the brevity of council and the presentations this morning has been amazing, and couldn't make a chair of a meeting happier, except that we're basically a full hour ahead of schedule, and I'm just wondering, Ms. Gurry?
We'll bring some people back.
Yes, thank you, Worship. We are going to see if lunch can be brought in a bit early, because I think this happened last year too, so we might have to look at this, because I'm sure Mr. Sims's group isn't ready to come until after lunch. So if you want to have your recess early, lunch should be soon.
Sorry, Mr. Sims?
You're not ready. So our staff are not down here for this, so
all right.
I think we need to break.
Let's take the break, and when the food arrives, eat quickly, and we'll plan to reconvene at 12:15.
Yes, Your Worship, we could probably reconvene. I would say let's maybe go for 12:45,
Or
Just-
12:45?
Just in case the food isn't that quick in arriving, give you time to eat.
Okay. So reconvene at 12:45. All right, thank you very much. We're recessed till 12:45.
Welcome to the city's South Fork Water Treatment Plant. This is where we take water that we collect in our lakes and rivers, pipe it, we filter it and treat it before we send it off to the city's distribution system in your taps. This facility actually does a better job than most home filtration systems. The water that comes into your home that you use every day, that you bathe in every day, that you wash your clothes in every day, is cleaner than anything you can get anywhere.
Here you see filtration in action. It's kind of like watching paint dry. There's nothing to really see. But if you look in the tank, you'll see the froth on the top. That's dissolved organic matter, and when we aerate the tank, that froths up, and that's why that's up there.
We take all the little particles, all the organic matter, any insects or bugs that might be in the water, and pathogens that we're trying to filter out, they're all gone. We filter the water using a series of membranes.
So what we're looking at here is a membrane filtration module. So when I talk about the membranes filtering the water, this is what we're filtering the water with. And while you might think that the water flows through like the baleen of a whale, it's not true. These are hollow fiber membranes. So each of these little tiny strands are hollow, just like a shoelace. And the membrane is wrapped around the outside of these tiny little hollow fibers. So these sit in the bath of water, raw water, and then we pull the water through the wall of the straw or the shoelace, and then it travels along and it collects in this vessel at the end here. And this hole at the end is where we pull the water out.
And the membranes are like an almost impermeable waterproof layer that we pull the water through. So now we're just left with clean, pure drinking water. Take care.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
Hey, Tiana. Hey. It sure is the coldest rink in town.
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh.
Go, 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 go. Penalty shot.
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, down in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got a kid? Use the lid.
What we have here is the Real Ice technology that was installed at the Nanaimo Ice Center. It allows us to use cold water from traditionally hot water that we used to use for making ice. Basically, the water will come in through the bottom, go in through a vortex idea, making the air bubbles microscopic in size, which makes a better, more dense sheet of ice.
Differences that you'll see with the Real Ice is there's less snow developed, so that's easier for cleaning, and also it's a denser, harder, clear ice. So the ice skaters will certainly enjoy that. And the city plans to implement Real Ice at our other 2 arenas as well. Some of the other efficiencies we've implemented in this facility are LED lights in some areas, and we've also, in the last few years, installed a higher efficiency refrigeration system, which lowers our energy costs. Both Zambonis at our facility are now electrically operated, so there's no harmful emissions, and they're very quiet as well. So what this means for the city is that we're able to use less energy and also reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, which is more beneficial to the environment.
This is a plug catch basin. We have 10,000 plus of these in the city of Nanaimo with over 600 kilometers of road. Maintenance staff can't be everywhere at once. So we don't ask a lot for the city of Nanaimo residents, but if they know that they have one of these catch basins, clear it off with a shovel or a rake. Do not use your hands. If this gets plugged, you could ultimately flood a neighbor around the corner, flood a road, which is prone to hydroplaning. And if you're lucky enough that you have a green bin, by all means, throw the compost into the green bin. And if you don't, throw it into a composting pile. It's just going to make a lot of the roads much more clear once we have the debris lifted off. During a snow event, the catch basin can be plugged with snow. The resident knows the proximity of the catch basin, by all means, grab a shovel or a rake, don't use your hands, and clear it off again. This is ultimately going to save you from flooding the road or your neighbor. You know, as much as we want help cleaning the plug catch basins off, please do not assist us by trying to unplug a culvert. Call the city yard. They have 24/7 service. It's 250-758-5222. And also there is sandbags and sand available. Just bring a shovel.
This is one of the City of Nanaimo Public Works snow and ice control vehicles,
And this is actually set up for a brining unit right now, or anti-icing. And what brine is a 23.3% sodium chloride solution. And it comes out of the spray bars down here at the bottom, and it's made here at the Public Works Yard. It's a proactive method of snow and ice control, as when we know that there's a winter storm coming, we can actually lay this down on the road prior to the event.
By putting the brine down before the snow comes, it buys time. It lets us get on the roads, and then when we hit it with the plows, it doesn't stick. The snow doesn't stick, it comes off much easier. Whereas if we didn't brine, the snow has an opportunity to freeze to the road.
So another benefit of the brining or anti-icing unit is that during the frosty mornings, we can have it drive down the road, and then immediately the frost disappears as they're applying the brine.
Brine's a great tool for us. It's very cost effective. We can stretch our hard-pressed tax dollars to the maximum. We can make brine for cents on the dollar.
So the other thing that we ask is that everyone stays back from these anti-icing or any winter maintenance vehicles, as they have limited visibility and it's poor conditions out there, and they're trying to maneuver around everything. So just stay back and give them a little bit of room to operate and clear the roads.
So here we are in the Public Works Yard, City of Nanaimo, and what you look around, you can see our various tools that we use for snow and ice fighting. We have tandem trucks, 4x4 trucks, we have backhoes. All our trucks are capable of having front plows on them, and the larger trucks we have belly plows on them as well, and they all have a salter sander that can be mounted on the back.
This is another tool in our winter maintenance fleet. It's a salting machine. And what happens is that the salt gets loaded into this hopper, and on this conveyor where it gets hit with these two saddle tanks, which are full of brine. Then it comes out here on the spreader. And why we add the brine is that it reduces the amount of spray from the salt, so it doesn't bounce nearly as far, saving about 20 to 30% of our salt. As well, by using the anti-icing liquid on the salt, the activation starts right as it hits the road.
The purpose of the salt is to keep the roads bare, keep ice from forming on the road. Again, safety for everyone, including ourselves and the public. That's why we put the salt down.
Today we're talking about clearing catch basins or road drains on residential roads. The first thing to understand is where the catch basin is in proximity to your residence. When clearing a catch basin or road drain, we want to make sure that you make yourself visible and aware of oncoming traffic. When clearing snow or debris from a catch basin, we ask that you put it in an area where it will not plug the catch basin again, not placing it on an already shoveled driveway or sidewalk. Sandbags are available at 2020 Labio Road 24/7. Just remember to make sure you bring a shovel. The City of Nanaimo and Public Works appreciate your help in keeping your catch basins clear. Thank you.
So this is one of our larger winter maintenance vehicles. They're very versatile in that they can be equipped with a lot of our different pieces of equipment. Right now this one has a front plow, a belly plow, as well as a salter or spreader box. We also have a brine unit that fits into this vehicle. This is the belly plow, and it's really good at removing hard-packed snow and ice. And then back up here to the front, we have what everyone is more familiar with. This front plow can push a lot of snow, so make sure that you slow down and keep your distance from the vehicles to ensure safety.
We have 17 vehicles that we use within the snow and ice operations for the city of Nanaimo. We also have an early shift that starts at 5 in the morning, and we have a night patrol, an afternoon shift, and an evening shift. They are eyes on the road, keeping us appraised of the conditions so that when the snow starts falling or ice starts forming on the roads, they can start salting and also call for other resources and mobilize the crews out. Our emergency routes, they are priority routes. They consist of roads that go to and from the hospitals, from the fire department stations, and from the BC ambulance stations. They're also their main commerce routes through the city of Nanaimo. So this allows commerce to happen during a snow event. So we hit those roads first. Once those are clear and open, then we move into the secondary roads, and then we move into the residential areas, which are dead-end roads and cul-de-sacs. And it can take up to 96 hours before we get into the residential areas. One of the side effects of plowing snow is it does end up on the sidewalk, and this can be very frustrating for homeowners and business owners that have just cleaned the sidewalk. It also pulls into their driveways. The crews try to keep it as close to the curb as they can, but we need to open the road right up to the curb to allow the drains to be exposed for when the snow starts to melt.
On snow days like this, the city of Nanaimo sends out a fleet of plows. How well equipped are these trucks?
They're really well equipped. We all have plows and sanders on them. We come with a belly plow too, so we're well prepared once we get a big snow like this. A lot of waves, a lot of friendly faces. People are pretty happy when you come and rescue them and clear off their road. So on our maps to determine where we go, we follow our red routes, which are our bus routes and our major routes, and they're first. Then our secondary routes are in purple, followed lastly by our side streets, which are in yellow. We try not to cover a nicely shoveled driveway, but sometimes we don't really have an option, and it's unfortunate. We're not trying to do it on purpose.
In some cases, the plows can't scrape heavily packed or iced snow right down to the surface of the pavement. So how does it clear away?
We're taking off as much as we can, and then we're putting lots of salt down to melt the rest. So sometimes it just takes a little bit longer, but it's usually pretty effective. Salting is really important because if we get it down like this, then roads won't freeze, and way safer for the drivers out there.
And in terms of safety and getting the job done, are there some challenges to plowing in Nanaimo?
Yeah, Nanaimo's got a lot of hills, a lot of narrow streets, cars parked on it. It can be pretty tough sometimes.
How can drivers parking on the side of the road in Nanaimo help?
Just make sure they're parked legally and as close to the curb as possible so we can widen the streets as much as we can. We don't always move very fast, but that's important to push the snow, so we really appreciate if people can give us a little bit of space. These are big trucks. We have salters going, spinning, and we're still on a lot of ice and snow, so when we try to go up a hill, if people are right behind us, it can be dangerous for everybody. So we appreciate if everybody can give us some space behind us, and we'll give lots of space in front.
hey, Tiana.
Hey.
It sure is the coldest rink in town.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, buddy!
Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh.
Go, 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 go!
Penalty shot! Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, down in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done.
Next, you're going to hit search. And you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's VOYENT. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there, hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in, it just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow, and the reason that is if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up. call us back to order. Councillor Bonner, you have something you wish to flag, I believe?
Yes, it was just in the cultural presentation was regarding the public works funds. I'd like to look at increasing that in the future. So I'd like to have a conversation when we have our conversation next week on that, if I may.
Very good. Mr. Sims, Engineering and Public Works 2021 Business Plan. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm assuming the presentation will be brought up shortly. It's my pleasure to be in front of yourself and council this afternoon and introduce the division, which is Engineering and Public Works, not very imaginatively named. After all, it's consisted of two departments, Engineering and Public Works. We like both kinds of music. Headed up by Mr. John Elliott with the Public Works side of things and Mr. Paul Rosen at Engineering. And I just wouldn't mind taking a moment to embarrass Mr. Elliott and say that this year is his 40th with the city. So he's got an incredible depth of public service with the city of Nanaimo, just exclusively this organization. So 40 years with the same organization, and the value that Mr. Elliott brings to us is hard to measure. He's seen it all, right from the very early days of rough and tumble stuff to a high level of sophistication. And he's driven a lot of that. And Mr. Rosen himself has 10 years with the organization as well. And so between the two of them, there's a huge depth of experience.
Mr. Sims, before you go any further, I just want to say thank you very much for saying that. My family's known Mr. Elliott's family for several generations prior to his, and I remember well his father and mother when I was a very young man, which was a very long time ago, because he's not anywhere as near my age, even though he started when he was 12, I believe, with the city of Nanaimo. Right. Yes. Very kind of you.
So last year we tried to do a bit of an integrated presentation between the two groups because they really are very integrated, and I think this is an evolution partly driven by Mr. Elliott as well. That sort of bridging of the two functions of engineering and public works. And so there's a number of things that overlap and is a lot of back and forth. And so everything that the community uses on a day-to-day basis, everything from water to sewer to garbage, even to cemeteries, so from right from top to bottom. As well as a major element is the capital projects support that we do. So some of the things that I'm thinking of as we've gone through this year and looking ahead to next, you've heard this over and over again, the challenges around COVID, but I think the success has been highlighted by others, is the redeployment of recreational staff to public works operations. This was a multi-team effort, not only on the part of like all departments, but also right down to the line staff level. The folks that came over to Public Works were, a bit trepidatious at first, and as were the folks in Public Works that received them. But I think they both went in willingly, and the experience was universally positive, and we ended up getting a lot of really good work done and saving the city quite a bit of funds in the process. The COVID threw a curveball at us, there's no doubt, but we quickly realized we couldn't pick up garbage working from home, and we couldn't deliver water and sewer services working from home. And so it really ended up being adaptive as we learned new things. And there was a number of really strange things that occurred that we just kind of picked up and carried on. I think that's across the entire organization. So that was also very rewarding. The capital projects end of things, we had on track for a similar year to last year, which was a record year. 50 projects, $50 million is working that's going on to support the economy locally.
One of the biggest things that we do is the asset management piece. You've heard some commentary already from Mr. Groot this morning and Mr. Mackay yesterday. And this is, we're heavily involved in. This is what we do for a living, we look after the city's assets. Mr. Groot talked a little bit about the transition from facilities, and he dropped some hints around the corporate asset management system that Mr. Mackay brought forward yesterday. And I just want to put in another sales pitch for that. This is, without such a system, we're really losing opportunities, and we're lagging, and you can start to feel this. And Councillor Bonner's question about will it save us money, I firmly believe it will. It's really hard to say if we spend X number of dollars on a system, we'll get Y dollars in return. But when we're $50 million just in infrastructure projects, $90 million in capital projects every year, if we can do some better discovery around each of those, saving 0.5% a year is going to be more than pay for that. And it allows future planning well into the future. You're well familiar with the Reimagine project. This is noteworthy because of its integration across all divisions as well. And it seems obvious and it seems like it's a natural thing to do, but until you do it, it's not. It seems strange from an historic point of view. This is a really good news story. We're just breaking out all of the silos, and I'm not sure whether it's a combination of COVID and perhaps just the economy in general, but we're finding recruiting for technical positions is quite challenging. So we're traffic and transportation, traffic signal, engineering, and fleet are all sort of very technical, specialized positions, and we're all sort of gapping on that. So the classic graphic stolen from the Asset Management BC website, this is a corporate-wide effort. So it all revolves, this is our donut to nod to Councillor Brown and Gesselbrock, but we're all revolving around what we refer to as sustainable service delivery. We use infrastructure to deliver services to the community. So what do? We deliver that sustainable service. How do we do it? With good governance on the part of council. I think that's, there's another dollar value you can't place on payback, I guess, but the good governance allows focus on the right work. And we do this with using an asset management process. But why do we do this? What is our why? Ms. Bevan is often sort of challenging us with what's our why? And our why is because it's the well-being, the health, the economic, the social, the environmental well-being of our community, the people that we serve. So with that, I think I'll pass the podium over to Mr. Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. Good afternoon and welcome, Mr. Rosen.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, Council. It's a pleasure to be here to tell you a little bit about the engineering department. So the engineering department, we have broken it down into sort of three primary groups. The transportation group and the municipal infrastructure group, they focus more on asset management, planning, studies, that kind of thing. And then the capital projects group, they implement the plan. So they do the design and the construction and the project management, that kind of thing. We're about 40 strong engineers, technologists mostly. Comparative to other communities, we're a fairly lean department. I quite often compare our numbers to other communities, and we tend to trend some of the lowest per capita numbers of engineers in the province. So we're pretty effective given our size. I won't dwell on this one, but you know, we are a small part of the organization, but we do tend to have a pretty big impact in terms of our spending. I mean, we do spend a lot of capital dollars, so that is we do have a fairly large impact. So within the department, there's a small number of clerical staff that provide support, clerical support to the group. Throughout 2020, obviously, they had to, along with everyone else, they had to adapt and respond to the pandemic. I mean, it seems a little bit odd having a pandemic listed as an achievement, but really it's about the adaptation of this really unexpected major event, having to adapt all our permitting processes and many of the processes that we have to a system that was compatible with this social distancing and the work safe requirements around the pandemic. So that was really something that was quite an achievement. Over the year, we processed a couple of hundred permits. So truck permits, overweight, special events. It wasn't many special events, but a lot of sort of transportation permits come through that office. One of the changes to our processes was in collaboration with IT, we developed a self-serve drawing system for consultants. So in the past, consultants would send a request in to staff, and they would have to go in and manually grab these digital drawings and then package them up and send them to consultants. And that would take, on average, probably almost half an FTE. So we were able to develop this self-serve system through an approval process. So consultants that are approved to have access to the system, they can go and self-serve these record drawings for themselves. So this really allows the clerical staff to focus on more high-value activities, and it makes them more efficient and so on. So that's a great win for us during the year. For 2021, really just maintaining that high level of service. We do have that level of service where a resident can phone and actually talk to somebody and hopefully answer their questions or get it directed to somebody that can help them out. So we're going to continue to maintain that high level of service. For transportation achievements in 2020, we were fortunate to have won this Transportation Association of Canada award for the adoption of Dutch-style intersections within our standards, as well as the use of them on Metro Drive. So that was a pretty big kudos to the city. We've renewed some asphalt as we normally do. We've added some bike lanes. We added 3 kilometers of bike lanes. We already have about 100 kilometers of bike lanes within the city. Rome wasn't built in a day, so we can't double that, for example, but we are making steady progress in improving that facility for those folks. We've been in the process of enhancing 5 pedestrian crossings, as council is aware. The design is just about complete on those, and we're about ready to do the construction on those. And also a number of traffic calming projects, Departure Bay, Bay Street, Lost Lake Road, and those ones. In terms of opportunities and initiatives, so the pandemic has changed how people move about. A lot of people are working from home. There's less cars on the road. Those cars that are there are probably going a little bit faster. So it's really, we need to adapt to how things are or have changed or how are going to continue to change. It's a little bit of an opportunity. In terms of reimagine, we're at a stage in the project where we've done a lot of data collection. We've done engagement. We've had some specialized expertise, external consultants reviewing a bunch of our processes. So we're going to be taking that information and moving to the next step of the project, which really is helping to use those new processes, how we want to implement that information in this community. Transportation web app. So we've heard over and over again that the transportation department is opaque. The complaints people make, they don't know sort of where they're at, or it just doesn't seem like they're getting the transparency that they would expect for their concerns. So we're in the process of developing a web app, a public-facing web app, so people can see the status of complaints that they've made or issues that they've raised, and they can kind of see what's going on with that. So we're planning to roll that out pretty soon. Speed management, that's another one, partially because of the pandemic, but it also was a significant issue even before that. It's definitely something that's top of mind for the community. So it'll be something that we're focusing on in 2021. In terms of addressing changing trends, with transportation there's a substantial amount of changing trends here. So things like autonomous vehicles, ride hailing, how those things impact the infrastructure and the service that we provide. It's quite a dynamic situation right now. So we're just going to try and keep on top of that. We've got a number of 3 transit exchanges within the city. We'll be working with the regional district and BC Transit to develop a memorandum of understanding. with the goal of improving those transit exchanges. We have plans to conduct a level of service study around asphalt, and so that's a grant application that we've applied for, and hopefully we're lucky we'll get that. But really the intention here, as we've told council a number of times, the existing funding level for asphalt replacement or road rehab is not sufficient to sustain the existing level of service that we all enjoy. So the question is how much is the community willing to pay for what level of service? It would be really helpful for us to know that in advance so we can really kind of fine tune our capital program to kind of make sure that we're meeting that expected level of service and willingness to pay for the community. So that'll really help us with that.
Mr. Rosen, Councillor Hemmons has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Rosen. This is actually a point I flagged in our materials because I don't quite understand it. So it's well documented that the city needs to maintain its current road conditions, and to do that we're going to need to raise the budget. Why are we going to residents and asking, like, isn't the way we pave our roads standard? Like, what are we actually asking the public to weigh in on?
So the level of service is related to, there's a couple of different aspects to it. I mean, you can think of it as how rough is the road, how many cracks it has, how many potholes it has. As you let an asphalt road deteriorate, it gets more potholes, so you end up having to have a patch, it'll have cracks, and that roughness substantially increases. And so that's related to your level of service. So there's a bit of a technical aspect of it too. If you let a road go too far, you actually can't rehab it cost effectively. You actually have to rebuild the entire road. But before you get to that point, there's a little bit of a range that really is related to level of service. So if you really wanted a high level of service, you would repave the roads, for example, every 15 years, and everything would be extremely smooth, but you'd have to pay for that, right? So how far is the community willing to let that slide, and at what point are they willing to pay more for that service? So it's really about answering that question that the community needs to provide us some input on. There's also the technical piece, but this is really about asking the community what they're willing to service versus cost.
If I may, it seems strange to me that we would go for public opinion on the smoothness of the road. So my thinking would be that council would set, okay, you know, if we need to repave every 15 years, of course we're going to have ones that go before and go after, but if we set a minimum standard that at every 15 years, we know we're going to have, you know, cracks and potholes, et cetera, but that's as far as we can go until we repave. Are we asking, I'm just not sure what we're going to public input for, why? We could say to the public, you could have the nicest roads in all of Nanaimo and you'll get an 8% tax increase or whatever, right? But I feel like this is asking people to reflect on the level of service they want in terms of our roads is kind of what we do. It's what we ask engineers to do, and it's what City Council sets in terms of we want to promote active transportation, so we want to shrink the asphalt budget as much as we possibly can, getting away with, you know, this is the amount of cracks and potholes we're willing to deal with, et cetera. Is that landing? Does that make sense to you?
So to answer your question, ultimately defining the level of service will be a council decision. So the way this process would work is we would go and talk to the community and get their input on different levels of service and how they feel about that and willingness to pay. Then we would bring that information back to council, and council would consider all that information as part of the decision. But ultimately it is council's decision. One thing to point out here is when we go and ask potential users about enhanced levels of service, quite often they say, I would like smoother roads, I would like better parks, I would like better trails. But what they don't say, what you don't get is, I want to pay more taxes. So what we've found in the past is focus groups can be quite helpful with that, because they're not just these special user groups that are really advocates or interested in a specific thing. They're there and they're asked some specific questions around willingness to pay and how they feel about certain services and so on. So it does sort of avoid that bias that we quite often get with engagement, but it is a little bit more of a formal, expensive, and deliberate process to go through these focus groups. But that might be something that we do as part of this is conduct some focus groups to avoid that bias.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, municipal infrastructure. So achievements for this year, really the engineering standards, that whole update, which is the largest update to the engineering standards in a generation, was led by the municipal infrastructure group. They're really the project managers, the coordinators for this entire update. They're also in the process of building an entirely new city water model that's based on our geodata. So in the past, the city water model has been a standalone very technical model that has to be updated independently. So we're migrating that away from having two separate data inputs to one that sort of is just reading, the single authoritative database, which is the city's geodatabase. And we've gone through the process of calibrating it with fire hydrant testing, and next year we'll be hopefully using this new model to help us make decisions and so on. Also throughout the year, they conducted several real technical studies around sanitary sewer and storm drainage catchments and so on, as well as continuing on with asset management and condition assessment of sewer and stormwater pipes through the CCTV program, and supporting the development department with technical development reviews. So in terms of opportunities for next year and initiatives, using some new software for helping manage the huge volumes of information that come from looking at all the sewer videos. So there's often defects and deficiencies in the sewer systems. Those have to be tracked and managed, and it's an enormous amount of information. So some new software to help manage that process in collaboration with Public Works, which is going to be procuring a new van with equipment and also software for collecting that information. Also, as I mentioned, using the new water model and conducting a couple of additional technical studies for sewer and drainage. Last year, we talked to Council a little bit about exploring a stormwater utility. That's a process that will migrate stormwater infrastructure funding away from general taxation more towards a user pay system. So properties that have large impervious areas that tend to contribute more stormwater to the city's system would end up paying more. Other communities have incorporated this type of utility. City of Victoria is a good example. We're in the process of trying to understand how we could launch that in Nanaimo. Unfortunately, this particular group lost one of their key staff. They moved over to a different department. And it's already a small group, so being short-staffed, it's been a little bit delayed from what we'd hoped, but we hope to get to that in 2021. So the Capital Projects Group. As Mr. Sims mentioned in his introduction, it felt a little bit like a curveball. We had all these capital projects sort of in the hopper ready to go, and then all of a sudden we weren't sure if we could proceed with them. But with Council's support, we were able to quickly correct that speed wobble and carry on with our capital program. At this point, it's had a fairly minor impact, if any at all, on our overall program. We've been fairly successful. We've been able to issue 18 tenders. There's been more than 30 active construction projects this year with a value of over $40 million. So a very substantial capital program. In the past, what we call the front end to tender documents, like the legal conditions, the general conditions, they were part of our engineering standards, but those were pulled out a couple of years ago. So the projects group really went and undertook a major update to our front end to the tender documents. One of the things I wanted to talk a little bit about was the timing of projects. So we have, as I mentioned before, we have a number of tenders we have to issue every year. We can't put them all on the street at the same time. The market has to be able to respond to our requests. Our staff have to have the time to be able to package them up and build them and answer all the questions and then manage the projects that spin out of them. So we really have a deliberate process of certain projects hitting the street to get the most value for the city that we possibly can. And we know there's certain times of year where certain types of projects are favorable to the market, depending on the ebbs and flows of how busy things are. So we really have staff sit down, and early in the year, we really come up with a plan of how we're going to implement all these capital projects throughout the year. But one of the really important things to remember, and I'm sure you've heard this many times, is the project cycles, how long projects take to complete. It doesn't match up with the calendar year or the financial calendar year. So quite often what we'll see projects span, potentially 3 years, even though it may only be a 14-month project. And that's a good thing because we're timing projects to best meet the needs of the project and the market, we get the best value for our money out of that. If we were to force things into an artificial calendar year or some other way, we wouldn't get as good value out of the capital dollars that we spend. One of the indicators that we look at with the financial reports on a year-over-year basis, we look at the delayed projects, because that really tells us whether we have if we have a cumulative problem in terms of being able to deliver the capital program. So we talk about carry forwards and we talk about what we've been able to achieve in a given year, but really it's the cumulative delayed projects that we have to look at. And you can see, in 2018 and 2019, we had a lot of delayed projects. We were able to really clear that backlog with council's support. And then in this particular year, we had $1.9 million in delayed projects, but largely that was due to external permitting issues that we couldn't control ourselves. There was a couple of projects that were canceled. The Towers Reservoir was canceled. The reason that one was canceled is because of the water main break that we had on Bowen Road. Really, there's a lot of concern that we have in engineering and public works around the future risk with this water main. So we really wanted to divert our staff resources and funding to replacement of that Bowen Road water main rather than spend our time and resources on towers. There's really a reprioritization of infrastructure replacement there.
Mr. Rosen, if I just may ask, in 2018-19, $9 million in projects were delayed. Were they then in fact undertaken and completed in 2019-20, or is that still out there, those projects, or can you comment on it?
Yeah, so no, we did have a large amount of delayed projects from 2018, and because we were able to, we got some additional project management resources in there, we were able to clear that backlog completely.
When you say clear that backlog, you mean those projects were actually completed and are completed? Is that...
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That's, I just wanted to, I was just concerned that we got $9 million delayed last year, added on to another 0.7, and no, thank you.
No. And then Stewart Avenue, there was a large drainage project that was canceled, and it'll be repackaged up with a larger Stewart Avenue project in a couple of years. It was really just about making sure that those two projects aligned the best. So the capital projects group, we have many engineers on staff, and we're all governed by the Engineers and Geoscientists of BC, which is a spin-off from the Provincial Act. And the province has now changed the Professional Governance Act. And what they're doing is they're requiring organizations that have practicing engineers to adopt an organizational quality management system. So we're in the process now of developing that, and we're hoping that our governing body approves that in the near future. But it's a fair bit of effort for staff to organize this entire system and get it approved. And also, because the engineering standards update was so significant, it's really going to take a bit of time for staff engineers and staff project managers, our consultants, our contractors to really become familiar with those major changes that were a part of that document. So as Mr. Sims mentioned, one of the key changes to our business unit in 2021 will be the bringing on of facilities asset management. So there's a couple of key Parks, Rec, and Culture staff that will be coming over to engineering. We'll be adding in this manager of facility assets and forming this group that really focuses on facility asset management planning. And it's going to really supercharge the city's ability to plan and think about facility replacement and what are our priorities, what are the next facilities we're going to replace, and how we're going to get that work done. So one of the focuses of this group is really going to be developing a real formal facilities asset management plan. There'll be a lot of engagement, be a lot of back and forth with council on this, but that'll be something that'll take a couple of years to get that done. But that's one of the major early focuses for this group. There's a couple of business cases that we've included. One of them, the e-bike rebate, that was requested by council. I believe council has received some details on these business cases now. You'll notice in that one there actually isn't a recommendation, just a lot of sort of background information and a couple of options. I understand there'll be some meeting, I think it's the 4th, we'll be talking more about the business cases. So if there's a lot of discussion about this, we could potentially move that to that meeting. But one of the questions that we had in the development of this, in our response, was whether or not council's priority was offsetting high carbon transportation trips, or if it was more about providing mobility access for people with affordability challenges. So we weren't entirely sure what the major focus was. So maybe that's something council can think about and we can talk about on the 4th.
Thank you. Councillor Turley has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's for you to Mr. Rosen. My question is in regard to Stewart Avenue, and I'm assuming that the project was cancelled so it can be combined with the proposed Stewart Avenue Complete Street project. And I guess my question on that is, my assumption, and correct or incorrect, is that Stewart Avenue is part of the Trans-Canada Highway number 1. And if that's the case, is there federal money involved in being able to develop it as a complete street?
Through Your Worship, Councillor Turley. So yes, it is part of Trans-Canada Highway number 1. It's operated by the Ministry of Transportation, but their focus is really mostly about moving vehicles. You know, they really don't take much interest beyond the curb. So when it comes to the pedestrian amenities and a lot of those details, they really leave that up to the local government. So in our case, we're really interested in enhancing the active transportation facilities on Stewart Avenue, make it safer and so on. And obviously it'll be a partnership with the ministry, but in terms of how much money they can bring to the table, that'll be a negotiation with them. And they may say this is not their priority, so we'll have to play that by ear.
Thank you.
So these next 2 business cases, they're both staff business cases, and they have quite a strong financial benefit to the city because we do hire an awful lot of consultants. Staff obviously cannot get all the work done, so we manage projects and we put out RFPs and we hire consultants in various different ways. So consultants obviously they have profit involved, and there's some additional logistics when it comes to going through purchasing and hiring consultants and managing projects and so on. So we can be a little bit more efficient by having an additional staff engineer and an inspector, and we can also avoid paying consultants a certain amount of money. So there's quite a financial benefit to it. The downside is obviously a little bit reduced flexibility. When you have an ebb and flow in project load, there could be a downswing which would be difficult to deal with. But from our standpoint, we've never seen that, even with the pandemic. There's always been far more work than staff can ever hope to accomplish, and we could save considerable funding on this. So we'd be really interested if council would consider those 2 business cases. And that's it for engineering. I'll hand things over to Mr. Elliott, unless there's any questions.
Just wait.
Sorry.
You have to be cross-examined, I'm sorry, witness. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Rosen, I'm trying to get a handle on the pedestrian unallocated funds. So in our binder, we utilize the pedestrian unallocated funding to enhance those 5 pedestrian crossings. Was that the totality of our $300,000 for the year?
Yeah, my understanding is that consumed all the $300,000 for 2020.
Okay. And I thought of an analogy about the asking people for their opinion, and it's really silly, but I'm a mom, and you can have a peanut butter sandwich or you can have a ham and cheese sandwich, but I never actually offer the smoked Gouda and portobello sandwich. I'm just like, you get the peanut butter sandwich because that's good enough. And that seems overly simplistic, but I kind of think that's how we should be. We shouldn't be offering, or we shouldn't ask the public if they want the gold standard of roads if we collectively, philosophically are opposed to it, which I believe we are. We want the roads to be functional. We want them to, have a good standard, et cetera. But I don't think we should be going to the public and asking if they want bells and whistles. And maybe I'm completely misinterpreting, but I feel like it's our job to say we just want the peanut butter sandwich. That was a really bad analogy.
It's really about these trade-offs that we talk about all the time, and I think we're definitely on the same page. As I'm not sure I like the portobello sandwich so much, but if it was a bacon cheeseburger, maybe. But I think it's really about those trade-offs that we're looking for, and part of this is really an opportunity to educate the public to say, you know, you can have your perfectly black, perfectly level roads at this really high level of standard, but we all agree that that's not rational, affordable, or anything. Neither do we want to let these 70 million, 700, I don't remember the number, the asset value, it's quite a significant total value of asphalt that we own in the road. Neither do we want to let that deteriorate to such a point that we can't recover it. So this is really about educating the public in this and saying, you know, we can hit a nice sort of sweet spot. You know, are you on the more ragged end or the more luxurious end, kind of, and just to have that as input to the council decision making. So, do you want mayonnaise on your peanut butter sandwich or?
Glad we all had a full lunch. Anything further, Councillor Hemmons?
No, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Brown, I hit too fast.
It's okay. Thank you, Your Worship. I think that's a great question, actually, Councillor Hemmons. 'Cause sometimes I do wonder if we consult on things that can just be decision made at the council table. After all, we were elected, and if folks don't like the decisions, that's what elections are for. So, one question I do have, though, is on that active transportation. 300,000 seems very low. If additional resources were, I have two questions. We heard that there was 20-something business cases maybe, and then it was whittled down. I'm just curious, was there a business case pondered or considered that would see the more rapid design and deployment of active transportation infrastructure? And that sort of pairs with my second question of, if there was an influx of funds to do more active transportation infrastructure, would departmental capacity right now be able to deliver on that? I understand from some previous emails there was a backlog, and so I'm just wondering if it is something that we're strategically interested in, are we positioned to advance that or accelerate that?
Through Your Worship, Councillor Brown. So what I'm hearing the question is if council was interested in being able to deliver more active transportation projects, more throughput, what would be the bottlenecks? Would it be sort of staff resources, funding, what it would be? So I think the answer is that there's potentially a bunch of bottlenecks there. There's a whole bunch of chains of work that need to happen before we can have a successful project hit the ground. So for active transportation, for example, we need to have the transportation department be able to identify the scope of work and the priority and set the budgets and so on. And then we need staff resources within the capital projects group to be able to deliver on that. Essentially do the detailed design work, procure the contractors, organize the project, do the project management work. And then we need to have the funding available to be able to do that work. So constraints in any one of those could just really impacts our overall throughput. In terms of sort of right now, you know, if we were to inject, for example, say that project engineer into things, it would free up any bottlenecks within the capital projects group, which currently do exist and are limiting our ability to do more projects and do them as quickly as council would like. But overall, there are sort of potential bottlenecks in all of those. So hopefully did that answer your question?
Kind of, yeah, I think it does. So, you know, I'm very curious of how do we, if we wanted to remove those bottlenecks, how do we know what they are to make that decision, whether to remove them? I'm just thinking, you know, 2 years left in the term, we talk about it all the time, would like to see some more rapid deployment. If that's something council wishes to entertain, how do we know how to approach that to remove those bottlenecks?
So probably the most effective way to remove sort of near-term bottlenecks would be that project engineer position. They could come in, hit the ground running. We could focus them on transportation projects for as long as we've got this transportation backlog. As long as there's funding able to, be able to conduct the work, we would be able to do things more quickly and do more active transportation type of projects.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. My first question is to Mr. Sims, if I may. When we first met a long time ago, and it was at the Public Works Day, you had the opportunity to show me a bunch of equipment at the back it was couple of pieces that would basically scrape off pavement, put pavement down, that sort of thing. And you at the time told me that department used to have 8 employees and now it has 4. And I'm wondering if, at that time it had 4, I'm not sure what it has now. I'm wondering if, my question is there, if we were to beef up that department in terms of labor, employees, would we get more work done, similar to the vein that Councillor Brown's on, to actually finish more work or add on more work, and specifically I'm going after active transportation type of things. Is that a logical step?
Through your worship, to Councillor Bonner, I can't confess to remembering that I said there was a reduction in staff. I believe one of the foremen had mentioned that a few people had kind of got shuffled around a little bit. But I think in the roads group, it's probably one of the larger, besides water and sewer, is one of the larger groups already. And the work that they do with that equipment is largely fixing some of the basic potholes or patching utility cuts and that sort of thing. So they're not actually in the business of laying down new roads or sidewalks, or largely it is those types of operations are carried out by capital projects. Largely it's maintenance activities. And Mr. Elliott may be able to add a little bit more on that. I know it's kind of not directly answering your question, but that's I'm just trying to describe the function of that group compared to what I think you're asking.
Yeah, and if you have anything more to add, I always remember that conversation we had, where you said you had equipment, but one day one person works on this, and because you don't have enough people, the other piece of equipment stays idle, and the next day they get on that one and they start doing that work.
Right. Yeah, I think Mr. Elliott can speak to that. I think that's a good conversation to have. It's yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, sure. I'm sure it's coming up soon.
Yeah.
If Mr. Rudolph, I think, has something to say.
Just on this theme, Your Worship, if we can flag it, maybe there'll be an opportunity to articulate a little. What we're trying to, I think what both councillors are trying to do is explain how do we up our game in these fields and advance it more than what we have. And that's a fair question, but if you clearly, I think council's expressed through the strategic plan, there's a desire to do more. There's quite a evidence through the capital plan that you'll see on Monday that we are doing a lot. I think in the transportation it's 14.9 million or something. So there's a fair number of projects in the queue. So after you see that, and then there's sort of different other subcategories of this, more sidewalks that are independent of projects that are being built, snow clearing scenarios, are we adequate, even the maintenance of those and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of things in that which may need a little more discussion, I guess, if we could articulate what our interest is. At least we're trying to, I think you're saying this needs to be flagged, and then we need to find a way to have it in discussion over the next week. So today, I guess the best thing we can do is just flag it. And if there's any other information in that bundle of stuff that you would like to see us start to think about so we can give you as best we can for that next week, that would probably be helpful. Even if we got it by Monday, we'll try to do our best for Friday.
Thank you. I got a few, if you don't mind. In terms of flags, and if I may, I feel like I'm the Grinch who stole Christmas here, but I think I'd like to flag the Public Works Day. It's $25,000. I just don't know if it's going to happen this year, and if it's not, then maybe we should call it now. I just think it's something we have a conversation about. It is a fair amount of money. There's a couple other flags that together they make up well over $100,000 of tax money that we could utilize somewhere else, at least for a year or so. And in addition to that, I'd like to flag our snow clearing budget as well. I'm looking to have a conversation about augmenting the work that we do in terms of snow clearing. So I'd like to do that as well. My question would be on regarding stormwater study. And one of the assets we have, which I think we undervalue considerably, is the tremendous amount of asphalt that holds cars up that are not moving. And that's basically cars that are parked beside the road. And we have cars parked on the road all over our city. And I don't think we utilize that resource enough. So now you ask, how does it relate to stormwater study, right? And I'm thinking the work that you're going to be doing on stormwater study would actually recognize and be able to figure out which places have driveways as part of the substrate that's not water permeable. And we would be able to use that information to regulate how many cars are allowed per residence. And then if they require any more, and this is where I'm probably going to get a lot of trouble, they actually pay to have the right to park a car on the road. And that's where I'm kind of coming. I know it really has nothing to do with your department, but if you're going to be doing that work already, I would just like to say maybe that could help out with this other particular program that I'm thinking of working on.
Councillor Bonner, you're thinking about incorporating that into a level of service type discussion and sort of gauging public support or interest in.
I could probably tell you what the public support is right now, but I think it's something that's certainly worth a conversation. It is a tremendous asset that we have that literally people use for free. So I'm not sure if there's an answer. I'm just hoping that the work that you're doing might be able to be part of that.
So I would just add that the stormwater, I think you're referring to the stormwater utility feasibility exploration that we're going to be pursuing. That's really focused around private property, actually. So the road doesn't pay taxes. So it's really about the private property's contribution to the stormwater system. And obviously you're right. I mean, the parking lanes do contribute quite a substantial amount of stormwater flow, but ultimately there's no tax base there. The way we would deal with that, I think, would be probably through parking regulations and parking fees and so on. That would be my suggestion, is we sort of focus that concern more towards a parking.
Well, I was thinking a little bit differently in that we would then know through the work that you're doing whether or not a residence has a driveway and how big it is, and that would dictate how many cars they're allowed or should be parking on their driveway as opposed to parking on the road. I drive down a tremendous amount of roads when I'm on a bike, and cars are just lining both sides and the driveways are empty. So if there was a cost to that, then that sort of thing. So I'm thinking the work that you're doing would identify the private driveways and the size and stuff of that. So it's something we'll talk about it later. I don't want to spend too much time on it. The next question I have is regarding projects that we do. Your department, even though it's relatively, I'm looking at the budget and it's pretty well standard. It's going up a little bit because of wages, but it manages a tremendous amount of money in terms of projects. When we're looking at the projects, how much does the council strategic plan come into that conversation when we're looking at future projects coming down the line?
So the council strategic plan really comes in the planning stage of which projects we focus on and what their priorities are. So we focus our priorities on projects that align with council's strategic priorities. So we put a lot of effort into active transportation type of projects, just as an example, at the planning stage. And then in terms of the capital project delivery, they're delivering the projects that are coming down the pipe at them from the transportation and the infrastructure planning group. So it's really at the planning level that these higher level documents are affected by.
Okay, so it's done at that end there. Okay. Further to Councillor Hammond's comments, I think that if we have more buses, less cars, more bikes, our roads will last longer, and then we won't have to repave them as much. So that's kind of where I'm coming forward in terms of the transportation web app concept that we're talking about. So I think we should be not necessarily consulting on how much people want to pay to repave their roads. We should look at ways of making the roads last longer. and that would be having more transportation and less cars on them. So that's just my philosophical position on that. For later on, no answer necessary. Thanks.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. Thank you, Councillor Bonner.
Thank you.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Mr. Rosen. With regard to the two positions, the Municipal Services Inspector and the Project Manager or Engineer, are the consultants that are being referred to there being used now so that these new positions would be able to take over that work and so there wouldn't be a huge difference in cost? Or is it to complete future projects that we don't have the capacity to do right now, as opposed to have so that we'd have staff to complete them as opposed to going out and hiring an external consultant to do that?
So the answer is a little bit of both, depending on the timing. So certainly we have a lot more projects than staff engineers can handle right now, so we hire consultants. So by bringing on either one or both of these additional positions, we can offset some of that consulting cost, and we don't have profit to pay and their overhead, and there's also that reduction in the overhead of us procuring them and managing them and so on. So we can save money right now, but what it also allows us to do is a certain number of staff we can scale up by hiring consultants. So if we have $10 million worth of work, let's just say 50% of that staff could do, and we'd hire consultants for the other 50%. What we could do is we could scale back the proportion that staff do and maybe get consultants doing more work, so we could do $15 million worth of work. So it gives us a lot more flexibility. We can scale up a lot more to much larger sort of capital programs in the future. So it saves us money and it gives us more capacity going forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosen, thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Mr. Elliott, at last. I could tell you're anxious to get up here today. You've got a lot to say.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council, for giving us this opportunity to tell you about some of the stuff we do. So, Public Works, we do spend a large portion of the budget looking after the infrastructure that keeps the utilities and the roads maintained, and our garbage collection happening, and our fleet running. It's broken up into 5 different key areas, and as you can see, it's quite a diverse range of the various functions we do, from soup to nuts sort of thing. Water resources looks after a big part of we look after basically source to tap. Roads and traffic obviously are what it says. Our fleet looks after all of the fleet services in the city. Sanitation looks after garbage recycling, and they do internments in the cemetery. And utilities is water, sewer, and drainage. So our administration staff, I can't say enough about the 3 administration staff we have. They have a great knowledge of each area of all of those areas that I just explained. They are the voice to the community. They deflect a lot of questions from supervisors and managers because they have that knowledge base and they can answer those, saving valuable time for the supervisors and the managers to perform other work. They also have quite a range through the city. They work on various projects supporting things like the Corporate Records Management Program project and our City Works implementation for our signs and lines, which I'll speak to more. I'm quite excited about that. We also have 24-hour coverage at the Public Works area, so the community can phone in at any time with either an emergency or an inquiry, and they actually speak to a human as opposed to an answering service or a call service. It allows us to respond much more quickly to emergencies, Again, this is a contractor that comes in and does that after hours for us, but they've been doing it for a number of years, and they have a good sense of what our business is and how to respond quickly to emergencies. So the opportunities and initiatives moving forward into 21, as you're familiar with our collection optimization plan explained by Mr. Dollyron, we're embarking on that in the new year to try to balance our collection. It's currently heavily weighted on recycling and seeing a large increase, which I'll speak to, but this will balance it out, and this group very much supports that. And then again, the CityWorks asset management system, which I want to give a big thank you to our IT division that is looking, sort of spearheading that with us. Moving into roads and traffic. So this group looks after the infrastructure above ground, as opposed to the utilities looks after the underground. So this group has a number of projects through the year, operation maintenance projects, and some of these include obviously the paving program. There's a great synergy and coordination with engineering in a lot of these departments, all of them actually. And this is one of them where the road rehab program and the paving program, there's synergy between the two groups. Things like the Jingle Pot rail crossing, that was a project done this year. We've got 29 crossings in the city of Nanaimo. They're expensive to deal with. Anytime we work around them, it's quite a protocol. Anytime we do any design work or improvements to those areas, standards kick in for the railway, and they're very expensive. So there's a list of some of the other programs they've been working on this year. The 108 streetlight or the Christmas banners that have been lit up will be energized next week, so it'll bring some joy and spirit to the downtown area, which is needed in these times of COVID. Some of the other opportunities and initiatives moving into 21, the complete street standards, they present a safe and secure place for pedestrians and cyclists. We're excited about that. It does come with challenges, however, with maintaining those areas. So we're working with Parks and Rec to look at those areas, and an example of that would be, so we just did a small section of Bowen Road from the highway to Labio, so that, snow and ice and things like that would be incorporated into existing contracts. And then we look at things like Metro Drive, where we've got a very large new complete streets, which will require much more than just a little extension to an existing contract. So, managing those, we work closely with Parks and Rec on as trailways versus roads as far as maintenance goes. And as Mr. Sims alluded to earlier, some of these positions have been challenging to fill in times of COVID. Our traffic signal technician is one of those positions. And we've been working on things like the temporary infrastructure. So the picture showing there is of Bay Street, so that's staff and our redeployed staff, who I can't say enough about how well that worked. And Mr. Sims also mentioned that these people did come over and learned skills they didn't have. They traded their pool deck shoes for steel-toed boots and put on coveralls, grabbed weed eaters, and and did things like set up these temporary speed humps. The LED street light program, we're going to take a little bit of a pause on that, and we're 3 years into it now, and we've got most of the main corridors are complete now. BC Hydro is actually taking over in January. They'll be starting to implement LED lights on all of their infrastructure, which is great to see. So some other opportunities and initiatives. So our snow and ice, obviously, you guys got a great presentation from Mr. Thompson on how we manage our snow and ice control. And we touch wood, we haven't seen any events so far this year, and we're hoping that doesn't happen until the new year. So the City Works CAMS, it's part of a corporate asset management system, but I'm really excited about this program. We've had a historic asset management, electronic asset management system that has managed our infrastructure in the traffic division. So this is the street signs and the street lines and all the infrastructure that goes along with that, traffic signals and such. And that has come to end of life. It was built in-house. It was very innovative for its time in early 2000s, but it's time. So we've been able to purchase a section of a program called City Works, which I'm very impressed with. I've seen a number of systems that are in place. City of Surrey and Prince George has it, and Kelowna. And so IT has been working closely with the Roads and Traffic Group to implement that. And that is well on its way to being implemented, and we'll start getting work orders and things generated in the new year. And hopefully this is a good launch pad for the rest of the utilities and infrastructure in Nanaimo. So, and you've probably heard this before, but I keep pounding this drum because it actually identifies the work orders and the workflow to the asset. We currently use Tempest. Tempest is address-based, and there's the only correlation we really have are taxes and the servicing we provide to those. But if it's the water or the sewer, all the work orders, the costing, the fleet, the inventory, the contracted services, they get focused on the utility. And then as you build information from that, it allows you and Mr. Rosen's group better information to make more educated decisions on what information or what infrastructure to replace and what to keep. So moving into the water supply and distribution division, this group looks after all of the source to tap. They look after the dams, the reservoirs, the main piping coming from the dams to the reservoirs into the city, and then the distribution system. We've obviously, people are listening, as Mr. Squire mentioned to you just recently on Monday. The water conservation, we are making great strides in that, and the public is listening to the efforts, the educational efforts done by the RDN, the province, and the city of Nanaimo. We also have a cross-connection control program, and that we're focusing on the higher risk customers there, so making sure that they have isolation from backfeeding into our system, and so that's going well. We've obviously, some of these, there's a number of these projects that we've been doing this year, and a lot of it's operational. So the rock scaling and that is, we did have some problems last year in the watershed. This addresses a lot of those areas, and there's projects like this that happen each year in the within the system. The between our water bulk station and our reservoir number 1 energy recovery facility, we anticipate to generate over $200,000 in revenue this year. And through the bulk water station, it provides more opportunity for customers, commercial customers, down to farmers to come and fill up at these 2 water stations that we do have. And it also tracks, it's metered, so it tracks exactly how much water we're giving the community. Some of the opportunities and initiatives. The water supply capital plan, you heard about that recently from Mr. Squire. Obviously, some of the projects that they're looking to build on in the new year would be the inundation plan update, 13.9 billion liters of water that we produced last year and provided the community. That's pristine water that everything goes through our water treatment plant and then through our supply mains and distribution. The Midtown water supply upgrade, you're going to be hearing more about this on Monday, and Mr. Sims alluded to this earlier. This is the backbone for our north end of Nanaimo, and that water break on April 4th, I believe it was, happened on a Friday late afternoon, and by Sunday morning it was fixed, which was quite a feat because it's a very large diameter main, and this group and contractors rallied to get that repaired in very good time. We also do annual dam inspections. It's a big undertaking that the supply group does, and it's a provincially regulated, and so that's another inspection program that we'll have next year. And obviously this group has certified operators, all EOCP certified, and they respond to emergencies 24/7. So some of the opportunities and initiatives, I think we've talked about the Reimagine Nanaimo and how that ties into the strategic plan. Again, the Mid-Island or Midtown water supply. We're purchasing some valve exercising equipment to ensure that we're able to shut systems down when required in the event of an emergency or to isolate various areas. And then obviously we respond. The picture represents a Jump Lake reservoir, and also the pipe on the side there is the Bowen Road pipe. So it's a high press con material, concrete on the inside with a wafer layer of steel on the outside with these bands that run around it. And when it does go, it's good pipe. It has been reliable, but if those bands start to deteriorate, that's where all the strength is. And what happened was those bands were affected, and it basically opened up like a barbecue. We lost 21 million liters of water there, and the only damage was to road and landscape. There was no internal building damage, which was proves these guys are also lucky too. So moving into sanitary, where all that good water goes. COVID has been a big factor with this group. They work directly in sanitary sewer, so we had to rally very quickly to initiate new safe work procedures and ensure there was proper PPE, that some of it we developed, some of it we hadn't used, and looking back on it now, these steps that we've taken are very positive for worker safety, and through the pandemic, there are some good things that are coming out of it, and some of this is it's made us look more closely at the things we do, how we do it, and some of the administrative and precautions we can put in place to help worker safety. These are some of the other repairs they do every year. They have a number of maintenance programs and also areas where they're just maintaining, they're keeping that wastewater system flowing and in good nick. One of the areas I talked to MIA-BC, our Municipal Insurance Association, and they say, John, how do you have so few sewer backup claims? And these guys do such a valiant job of maintaining the system. We're not getting that backups it's one of their number one claims is sewer backups and sewer related claims. And we just do not have those. We have a very robust system and a good crew looking after the system for Nanaimo. Mr. Rosen mentioned the new CCTV van. This is part of the reason why we do well on sewer backups. This camera actually, it goes up the mains and it provides data, videos for assessment of the asset. But it has a secondary camera which will launch up the service. And not a lot of municipalities have them, but this has been a savior in that claims, I'm sure, because we can now look at not only the main, but the servicing at the same time, making it quite efficient to do, and provide reporting on that and do condition assessments while that information is being gathered. Again, 24-hour emergency response. These are all certified operators, EOCP certified, very diligent. They have an array of mobile technology, which we've been slowly moving towards, and these are the areas that we would like to ultimately move that corporate asset management system in. So we're focusing all of our recording of our work on the asset itself as opposed to the address that's close by the work we're doing. So rainwater, or drainage as it's known by, this area supported the COVID response, again with deployed recreation staff. They hadn't used a weed eater like this. They can swing the thing around and use it backwards, forwards now. A lot of the rec staff, they were put on weed eating because that's normally what we do in the summers. We'll ramp up with staff like students and summer hires. And they took on that role this year, and they did a great job of cleaning up getting the system ready for this season. They spend all summer working on the inlet structures, the outlet structures, cleaning the catch basins. And this year there was some creek restoration that was done on Departure Creek, upstream of the area where the housing is currently having some issues. So that work they did this year was for fish habitat, not necessarily for reducing the flooding that's there. And then, of course, we have infrastructure and driveway culverts, corrugated metal pipe, corrugated steel pipe, replacement of a lot of those pipes we work on. So some of the opportunities, climate change is a big one. Obviously, these short duration, high intensity events, we had one in 16 and one in 18 in the north end of Nanaimo, and they tracked in through the same area, and I've never seen such amounts of water in such a short period of time. We had catch basins that were actually reverse flowing. They were flowing water out of them. Our systems aren't built to handle that intensity of a storm, so we communicate a lot of these things with engineering, sit down and work on, you know, what are the problems? What are some potential solutions? How do we get to those potential solutions? And that's one of them we've developed, or engineering has studied it. We've developed some projects from it. They'll go on a list, and hopefully we'll be able to move forward with those. And that again gets into that utility, storm water as a utility. If we can move, as we move into that, that would be self-funded, similar to water and similar to sewer. And then the properties with impermeable surfaces will be paying the bulk of that. And then incentives for reducing that, getting groundwater recharging in place. Mobile collection tools, this group has a few, so we can do as-builts and things in the field, and IT's been a big help, IT and GIS, to build those tools for us in the field. And groundwater recharging, it's a big one for us. Council, a number of years ago, we put forward a policy for around ditch infill. We were getting a lot of people wanting a place to park their boat or their RV, and well, if I fill in my ditch, I could park it there. And we didn't have a tool there, in essence, to say no. But what it gives staff is a tool. It's an assessment of, does this ditch qualify? And it's pretty hard to get through it because of the rigor around where we do need the water to get back into the ground. And through that gives the staff opportunity to educate the public on the value of getting that water back into the ground. And it's been, I've seen residents go completely 180. They're, you know, they want to get that ditch infilled, and then about 15 minutes later, you can see the lights going on. They're going, oh yeah, those cedars are in decline, and you're right, we need to get that water back in the ground. So it's been a good tool for that, and we're focused on trying to get that, keep that a priority. So we move rapidly into fleet. So again, this was, as a manager of fleet, we've been having trouble getting a person in place for this. COVID-19 has created a bit of a juggling act for fleet, because at the beginning of it, we couldn't have more than one person in a vehicle. So suddenly we're having to deploy people to sites with, and so between Parks and Rec and myself, we're trying to stick handle this issue because we didn't have enough vehicles to get everybody to the sites we needed them to be to perform work around the city. And so we managed to work around that, came up with some safe work procedures to get more people in vehicles and manage that risk through things like PPE and balancing numbers and things. Green fleet strategy, we have a green fleet strategy. We did receive a silver rating in the e-fleet program, and we've done 60 commercial vehicle inspections this year. And a big part of our public works facility moving forward, which you've heard lots about, the fleet section is the area where we're focusing on, we're looking at a phased approach, and fleet would be the first building that we would embark on. And so we've done some space needs planning around that and siting and things like that. Opportunities and initiatives for this area. Obviously, we've again, looking at that computerized maintenance management system, or the corporate asset management system. This is kind of a standalone system. We have a computerized management system for fleet. It's dated, and so we're going to refresh that in the coming year, and that'll give us a lot better information and tracking of how the vehicles are performing and functioning. The vehicle replacement plan, we're looking to refine that, come up with some options, look at what we're doing, how are we doing it, is there some improvements? Same thing with procurement. Are there better ways to procure vehicles and equipment that we need? And then obviously green fleet strategy, we want to move forward with that also. And then the new fleet shop, obviously that would be part of that. And then the security, we've had a number of plans in place to enhance the security at Public Works. We've sort of pushed them back because of the improvements, but some of the things we can do would, would be able to stay in place as we move forward. So over to solid waste. You heard a good presentation from Mr. Deliron on this. This is a group that looks after obviously solid waste, but they also look after cemeteries. And I'll speak a little bit to that. I don't have a slide on it, but there are 3 cemeteries in the city. Townsite Chinese Cemetery, Townsite Chinese is one, Bowen and Wellington. So the Finance Revenue Services, they administer the requests and they do the administration of it, and Public Works and Sanitation, they do the interments, and then Parks and Rec look after the grounds. And so this year so far we've done over 50 internments at Bowen and Townsite. And the preference seems to be to moving towards cremation internments. That's the trend is moving there. And in 2021, we'll be doing a business model review in order to provide long-term service to the area. So we're going to sort of look at what spaces we have left, what the plan moving forward will look like. And in the solid waste side of things, we've seen some a dramatic reduction in the worker injury. So we implemented automation to the program, and we've seen a huge, I think we've got 1 injury this year in sanitation. And years past, doing the manual lifting, it was, they were out of control. And you can imagine why, that repetitive lifting of those cans. So this was clearly the right way to go. We're still working on that balancing approach, and I think we'll get there shortly. We introduced a pilot program on this, what we call the social disorder team. We're calling it the clean team. This has been quite successful in working with bylaw and cleaning public spaces, encampment cleanups, and we'll be moving forward to propose that we keep this program going for another year. As part of the new automated trucks, there's a lot more that the operators need to know. They have onboard computers. You're always having to be aware of traffic, pedestrians, cyclists, and so we've developed a formalized training, quite in-depth training, which includes an assessment and training. And so we've implemented that this year with great success. I think we've got 3 people through it now, and it's a good and valuable program. As Mr. Deliron alluded to in his presentation, we've seen huge increases. We've seen 18% more materials versus last year. Obviously, that training program is in place now. The equipment modifications, so the computers and all of the information gathered along the way has reduced our calls and our work orders by 50%, which is great. If we can reduce those calls, because sanitation is our #1 call. People are very passionate about the service. Carts management. So these are some of our deployed staff from the Recreation Division. Some of this work wasn't the nicest work, cleaning out the carts, inventorying them, and then storing them. But as you can see, they did a fabulous job of this summer. And yeah, they showed up and worked hard every day. And I'd go out there and there'd be power washers going and they were covered and stuff. But they had a great time doing it. They had huge spirit doing this. And this is something moving forward is the carts management is a really key component to good service delivery in this area. And waste reduction. So checkout bag regulation is in place. It's with the ministry right now, Ministry of Environment. We're expecting sign off, and then July 1st is the kind of the go-to date. Some of the opportunities and initiatives, obviously the optimization of collection. There's going to be a period in mid-January where we'll be working 7 days a week for a couple of weeks to do the transition. So we've sat down with staff and the union and got, buy-in, and they're excited about it because they see the results of what this is going to produce for them. And so we're quite excited about that. And so post-pandemic, we'll be conducting some audits and studies and introducing education campaign moving into that. And hopefully we'll be seeing that in 21 if we pull out of this, out of the pandemic. And of course, carts inventory management, I mentioned that. The enhanced public space cleaning, we feel that clean team, we want to run it as a pilot program again next year and focus on areas and work on the downtown area and the public space area, as we're finding as University Village around the 5th and Bruce area. These little key centers, they're going to need attention as they pop up and grow and expand. So this group would be looking after that stuff. And then obviously the checkout bag regulation. The business case not currently in draft would be that Clean Team program, which I think has been well received, worked very well with bylaw, and RCMP are usually involved when they're on site. And Parks and Rec also, very close relationship there. And our operating budget, we do spend a lot of money. This is sanitary and waterworks. Here's sanitary here, and demonstrating the service and the costs involved with that service. And waterworks again. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Elliott, thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Bonner and then Councillor Hemmons.
You go first. I'm always going first.
And not number driven, so they might be the easier. Thank you. You run a massive department. This is impressive. And one of the stats that stood out to me is that over the past 10 years, we've seen a population growth of 15%, but no increase in staffing. However, we've added $6 million in water distribution infrastructure. So that tells me that we're doing more with less, which is great. Just some silly questions. We receive over 9,000 calls each year, and 50% of the admin staff are able to deal with them at that point of contact. What are they regarding? What are people calling us about?
An array of things. It could be things like, my neighbor's watering when he shouldn't be.
Oh, okay.
To, where's the garbage truck? They're not here. It's 9:30 and they're not here yet. And then there's legitimate calls. There's water bubbling out of Bowen Road. That was the RCMP called us on that. But yes, it's all over the map. And as I alluded to, that staff that is there, there's 3 clerical or administrative staff that man those phones and receive those calls coming in. And I can't tell you how many times that the people that can be disgruntled about whatever it might be, they're having a bad day, but these people take it and they're compassionate and they're providing information. And I can't say enough about the 3 ladies that do that work.
That's wonderful. Thank you. One last question. I may have lost it. Oh, no. A bullet under rainwater drainage. There's an increasing amount of private drainage infrastructure that play an important role. This is the piping that leaves a house and connects into our drainage. So that's considered private infrastructure.
So the private infrastructure is an issue for us on our I&I program. So we work closely with the regional district with a liquid waste management plan, and we've strived to get our infrastructure in good nick so it is not receiving rainwater. We want that water either to go into the storm drain system or, better yet, into the ground. We don't have a lot of control over the private system, so where houses are connected to the drain, which in Harewood, it's a very very silty material that does not convey water very well. So where they have water problems, a lot of cases historically they've just tied it to the sanitary sewer, because they always have a sanitary sewer service, but they may not have a storm drain in front of their house or possibly even a ditch. So those areas are problematic to us. And the other area is the aging infrastructure around sanitary sewer services from the house to the main or to the property line. Where those are cracked and where they're letting water in, that's problematic to us. We don't have a lot of control on that. I sit on the Liquid Waste Management Committee, and we've discussed trying to make that a provincial issue when the transfer of title happens, and I think that's a good place to start. So if you purchase a house, most banks require you to get a assessment done on your house. One of the things that we're trying to implement is that assessment includes CCTV video of the utilities, the sewer and the storm, so that the person spending $600,000 in a house, if it goes under a concrete driveway and a retaining wall, if that's the case, okay, well, there's $15,000 there. I want that repaired as part of or that's coming off the price. So then we can push the private individuals to do those repairs. And through that approach, I think that's a good way to kind of start with that. Victoria did a program where they lined all their sewers, and they lined the sewers to the house. And it was quite problematic because now you're on private property, and if you have contractors doing it and subcontractors aren't paid, there can be liens, and now you're leaning. It can be a real mess. Okay. So it's an area that we struggle with to try to correct, but we don't have much control on it.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. If I were to make a complaint about the budget process, it would probably be right around here, and it's nothing to do with you. Great presentation. Thanks very much. It was your presentation doesn't line up with our budget package. Like things are or like your budgets are put together and they're all done at the same time. Like we have a separate one for public works, sewer, water. And so it's kind of what I'm going on. So it would have been nice if your presentation kind of matched that, but that's fine. The other thing is I'm unclear, and this is, again, probably not a question for you, is all of the other all the other departments we have here, ones that have revenue, they have the revenue and then they have the expenses, and the expenses are are taken out of the revenue, except for Public Works, Sewer, and Waterworks, where the expense, where it's done opposite, so that you end up with a positive amount of revenue, which threw me for a loop, and I had to redo my Excel spreadsheet because I was going off the wrong line here. I'm just curious why we do it differently for these ones, or is it just because they make so much money, it's more than the expenses? So if I could start with that.
You mentioned money, Ms. Phillip perks right up.
Through the chair to Councillor Bonner. So sewer and water are self-funded utilities. So that's why, so two things there. One, that's why we don't roll those budgets in with the Public Works budget, because then it would make absolutely no sense for you to follow. So sewer and water do generate a surplus because that goes into the reserve for future infrastructure, because they're a self-funded utility. So each year, not only do they have to cover their operating costs, but they have to be putting away money for that future infrastructure that we need and that we need to replace, because we don't use property taxation for those capital projects and operating projects.
Okay. And I'll remember that next year so that I can pick the right column. But if I may go back to the water use fee increase, it's set for 5% for the next year and for the next 4 years after that, or 5 years after that. But I noticed that the revenue under waterworks is going up 5% next year, and that doesn't seem to be taken into any, or has taken into consideration the cost as well. So are we making more on our waterworks than the 5% increase?
Through the chair to Councillor Bonner. So a couple things to keep in mind here. One is the draft budget was prepared before you approved the 2.5 for the asset management. So you are not seeing that water revenue when you look there. And yes, we do have other sources of revenue other than the user fees. We do water service connections, and we don't have tons of other revenue, but there is other sources of revenue in the water system beyond what we collect from residents.
So that leads me on to my next question. I might as well just giving you this piece of paper here. Is that 2.5%? Since we're already increasing our revenue 5% next year, and it looks like it goes up about $1 million plus each year, why do we need an extra 2.5? I know we've kind of voted on it and stuff like that, but I'm just trying to figure that out.
Through the chair to Councillor Brunner, we are in the process of a water and user fee rate review, and from the initial information we have from there, we do know that future increases are necessary, and that is the reason that we asked for the 2.5 for the water asset management reserve to be continued until you have the results of that user rate review, because preliminary information tells us that we will need to keep increasing what we have in that reserve, because we're looking long-term planning. We have dams coming up, we have a water treatment plant, we have the Midtown, I don't want to get the name wrong, your Midtown Water Supply Project. That's a significant project. We have lots of projects that we are undertaking, and we are looking towards the future. We're doing 10-year project plans. You only see 5 years of our project plan. We're doing 10-year plans. We also have asset management plans. We have DCC bylaws that require us to pay a portion of them. So we're looking very long range when we're doing this and making sure that we have sufficient funds to fund that utility into the future.
Okay, that's probably the same answer then for my next one, is that the sanitary sewer, the revenue actually goes up 7% next year. And the reason I'm kind of asking the question, I'm wondering, are we charging a bit too much for these increases? Mr. Sims shaking his eye, and I can see that, but from a taxpayer's point of view, that seems like an awful lot of increase in revenue.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Bonner, I mean, these are very, very good questions, and this is fundamental to how we manage our infrastructure. We look, as Ms. Fuller just intimated, we look long-term. We try and project costs out. What are our operational costs going to be? What are our asset management costs going to be? Essentially, we're trying to build in an ever-increasing and ever-expanding sewer system or water system, and anticipate that at some point we're going to have to replace it. So we're trying to get that, over the very long term, build that reserve, and at the same time we're spending money and replacing it. So the income is slightly may appear slightly higher than the outcome or outgoing expenses, but it's really about building that. We're not in it for the profit. We can't run a profit, as you may know, but we are in it to fund utilities. It's fundamental, and it works beautifully that these are self-funded utilities. And this is the attraction as well with a stormwater utility. If our stormwater infrastructure is competing for asset management, for facilities, or for pavement, or all of these other things, if we can fund stormwater utility in a sustainable manner, then we can start to address some of these issues around condition, climate change, and so on, and natural assets as well.
Okay, if I may, just one more. And this is specifically budget. In our budget documents, right at the beginning, it talks about the key budget assumptions we are going with is a 2% annual increase for expenditures and 1% increase for revenue from fees, charges, and sales. And if we were to say COVID never happened this year and include the amount of money that we should have got from Parks and Rec, we would have a budget increase in fees, charges of 3%. So I'm wondering what the 1% does. And I may be just ballparking this out because you probably never did that calculation at all. What is the 1%
Through the chair to
represent?
Councillor Bonner, I just want to circle back a tiny bit on the sewer there. Sewer user fees went up 4%, and that's for the contribution to asset management. So you can't just relate, because the revenue went up, you can't assume that's all a rate increase. We do have more users coming along online, also that you're not billed per service, there's a bill per usage. So as usage goes up in the system, when we have more users, that increases our cost to maintain the system, but it also increases our revenue. So it wouldn't be fair to say that, yes, revenue went up 7%, but it's not that the taxpayer is paying 7% more for their sewer service. It was a 4% rate increase. Parks and Rec, so our assumptions in the budget are when we are looking at years 2 through 5, we budget for those years for, I'm sorry, I can't remember the terminology, but a 1% annual increase. So that's just an estimate. Then when we go to do the budget, because we do modified zero-based budgeting, we budget the revenue each year again. It's just an assumption made for future years in the budget.
So if I were to try to figure out what that 1% is, I would not include sewer, water, and sanitation.
No, no, sewer, water, and sanitation, their user fees are set differently. When we're talking about that 1%, we're talking about revenue in Parks and Rec, some revenue in development services, some areas like that. That's not how we calculate the revenue. Because sanitation is, while it's not a separate utility, it is cost recovery for most of the services they provide, except for street sweeping, which is covered through property taxation, as well as public land right-of-way cleanup. But the other piece of sanitation is based on the actual cost, and we recover our costs.
Thank you.
Well confused, so which is why I don't work in your department.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, and I think this might be Mr. Sims, but it's mentioned under the fleet portion that the fleet services facility is not adequate to meet the diverse fleet that our city maintains, and that the fleet services facility, in order to meet the growing needs of the community, that there is a planning of a new fleet shop required in the next 5 years. I'm assuming this might be under our public works building planning that we're going to build properly?
Exactly correct, Your Worship. Councillor Martman, this is the first phase really of the overall public works. So we're looking at public works holistically, and fleet is our, we'll call it our low-hanging fruit, but it's our highest priority to deal with.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. I asked this question last year at some point, and I'm still interested in it with an increasing, and you sort of referenced it, with an increasing amount of boulevards and standards that are going to take that to the next, adopted standards are going to even take that to the next level, and we're going to see more and more of that. Are we going to really start to see a greater and greater gap with our ability to maintain those boulevards without adding another crew or adding more budget for private contractors. And so I'm sort of curious, at what point do we need to start saying, hey, we just can't extend this budget by a little bit, and we have to say, we need another crew and all that goes with it, or we need more funds to do that. So maybe not this year, but I'm just wondering, is that being tracked, and is there a point that...
Yes, so discussion around that, you hit a really good point. So years ago, we would build, say, widening of Bowen Road, and we'd add planters into Bowen Road. And at the end of the project, an email would go out to Parks and Rec saying, oh, you've got some infrastructure to maintain. And they'd go, oh, well, is there any budget? So we're looking at that now. So as part of the design process that Mr. Rosen goes through and the finance looks at is when we build this infrastructure, say, Rutherford Roundabout. So we've got infrastructure to maintain after that. So what is that worth, and who's going to do that? So that is being looked at and discussed as we build these things. There's the capital construction, which is generally, just a fraction or a piece of the puzzle. But the life cycle costing is the big piece where it comes down to either public works or parks, and then we'll manage it either through in-house staff and equipment, or we'll contract it out. So it's a really good point, because as we move forward, we've seen this infrastructure increasing, staffing staying quite static, which can be done, but you need the ability to manage contracts if you're going to keep that static staffing levels.
Yeah, I think I last weekend went through like 10 previous budgets, and not once did I see sort of a increased position in toward the ops crew, and I thought that little bit of a flag went up.
Yeah, and those discussions are happening now, and I think it's definitely a positive move.
Thank you.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Mr. Sims. Just with the revamp of the Public Works yard, whereabouts is that process has that begun, the initial design and planning around that, or is that yet to be started?
Good question. Thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor Gesselbrock's question, the Council had approved allocating $200,000 to the hiring of a consultant or an architect to further the work that's already been done. So in the last few years, we've done sort of a space needs assessment based on a certain series of assumptions. It was in a format that isn't really presentable and isn't really satisfactory to the way we think the project should go. And I think we want to put together an overall business case or a business plan, I guess, for the Public Works project for Council's consideration. And this will be the funding, the timing, and sort of the phasing, like as I mentioned, as Councillor Martman mentioned, the shop being the first kick at it. So there's $200,000, and we're just at the RFP stage to release that out for a consultant to come on board.
Great, thanks.
Councillor Bonner.
Sorry, Your Worship, two more quick ones, if I may. And you mentioned LED street lighting, we're kind of put a hold on it, but BC Hydro is picking up theirs. Do you happen to know if they're installing the same type of lights that we've installed, so that there's continuity there? Because the ones we're installing actually are able to do other things?
Yeah, they're owned by BC Hydro, and it's their infrastructure. So when they have a problem, they're responsible for fixing them. So we don't, and I'm not positive if they are the same type. There's an array of different lights, but I think we're pretty much on the same page on that.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Not 100%.
Okay, that would be something to be, at least if they're not, then that causes issues with the connectivity of our city, 10, 15 years down the road, because of the ones that we're installing give us that ability. So it would be nice if they were. The other thing I had is a pride of place type thing, and I know we're going to be talking about this on a pretty regular basis in the future. One of your pictures there, I think, showed a really nice repaved road, and I think it was out in front of Quarterway School. And I used to, there used to be little ditches there where when I was a kid going to school there, and we'd race pine cones down, but they're all gone, which is fine. But the curbs aren't painted. Like, the curb that is at the edge of the sidewalk, and sometimes it'll be red for a bus stop or yellow for no parking, that sort of thing. And do we have a plan to regularly paint the curbs? Because it just makes them pop, right? It makes it really look nice.
Yeah, it does, and we backed away from that. We have in the past, and we backed away from it, and just its level of service, its cost, and then they have to be repainted again and again, similar to our hash lines on intersections. You'll notice that the paint on a turn lane, say on Hammond Bay Road, will just be the outline rather than all the hatch, and it's doing more with less is basically what it is.
Could I flag that? I just think it's something that I think we should be doing. It just makes the place look so much nicer. Yeah.
Councillor Gesselbrock again.
Thank you, Worship. Sorry, Councillor Bonner, you say we should be painting the curbs to make them look nice?
Well, we have in the past.
Yeah.
And you would paint them red where there's a bus stop, and you paint them yellow where there's no parking allowed. And they're kind of all slowly fading.
Oh, right.
So the idea is that we keep them up to make the roads look a little bit nicer. Councillor Brown tells me he likes them gray. If they're all gray, that'd be fine, but they're not. They're kind of like pieces of yellow paint and stuff like that. So maybe the option is that we just water, blast them and make them all gray again.
I was just thinking about that paint sort of slowly deteriorating, washing off into the streams and the poor little fishies, but I'll look forward to this flagged discussion.
And I don't want you looking at the painted curbs. I want you looking at the pedestrians so you don't run them down.
So the one area that we do paint curbs and keep it fresh is the downtown area. But other than that, no.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Elliott, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And
much appreciated.
I would like to thank Mr. Sims for those kind words also. Thank you.
They're kind only in this respect. You certainly earned them.
Thanks.
Ms. Gurry, 15-minute recess, reconvene at 10 to 3. Thank you, everyone. Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done.
Next, you're going to hit search. And you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's V-O-Y-E-N-T. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there, hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in, it just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select Open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow. And the reason that is, if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up.
Hey, Tiana.
Hey.
It sure is the coldest rink in town.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, buddy!
Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go!
Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, down in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here, in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
We're here today to make a couple street names. There was some vandalism in town, and we're just going to make replacements. In the roads today, we're doing our Dundas Street and Bruce Avenue. They're all 8-inch, and we use 3 different sizes, mostly 24-inch, 32-inch, and 36-inch. We do use a consistent font with street names. This is actually my metal blank, so the only material here is the material that I actually will cut out in vinyl. From here, we have to take out the vinyl that's not needed, which is the outer. So all we want to do is save the inside borders. From here, we actually have to put a transfer tape on it. And what this does is it allows us to take the blue vinyl and pull it away from the clear backing that it's on so we can apply it to our aluminum blank. Now that we have our 2 sheeted piece of vinyl, we take our aluminum blank, which has high intensity diamond grade, which you can see behind me. We have all different colors. We have orange, yellow, white, depending on the type of signs. Most of our white signs are regulatory, and the yellow ones are warning signs. And right here, all I'm doing is pushing the transfer tape a little tighter to the vinyl. And then from there, we peel it back, our plastic, which basically leaves us with a big sticker. We put it on the aluminum. And when we're done here, we take our transfer tape off, and as you can see, we're left with Dundas.
Fry. This won't be your last appearance before council, of course, but the end is nigh.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you. We can be bought.
Yeah, well, it's a little treat. I had to, compete with the RCMP, and I thought it was green, and since there is a climate emergency, I thought I'd go with a green chocolate bar, and it's dark chocolate, so it's healthy as well.
Oh, absolutely.
There you go. So, good afternoon, Your Worship and Council, and this probably is most likely the last time I stand before you before I leave, so I actually just want to thank you all for your support. It's been a pleasure working with this council and even the previous councils, as well as the senior leadership team. Really proud of the work that we've done. The fire department is in good hands, and they're well on the way to continuing to protect the city and look after the wellness of the firefighters and fire department staff. So thank you for everything you've done in my time. Okay. So, a little bit about the fire rescue department. We've broken it down to the fire prevention, currently our Central Island Fire Comm, and a Vancouver Island Emergency Response Academy. We have Deputy Chief Whiting, who is administering the fire suppression side and the operations. Deputy Chief Doyle, who's looking after the fire prevention and administration, as well as overseeing the Vancouver Island Training Academy. And we have Assistant Chief Lemazurier, who's taken on the role as our training chief, as well as running Vancouver Island Training Academy. And I'll talk a little bit about that as we go through. So the cities share the city budget. As you can see, we're a little larger than Sheila's group, or the legislative services, but 80.6% is in wages, and we have a staffing of over 100 full-time equivalent fire departments. And, fire engines and the operation of those fire engines and supplies take up a lot of our costs. So some of the achievements and challenges in 2020, well, when March came and we had the COVID response, quickly before became a public health emergency in the city, we initiated or started a task force in the fire department. We could see where trends were starting to occur, and so we wanted to get a step ahead and to be able to continue to respond to the community in the event that the pandemic took on a larger force, which it did. We worked alongside the Human Resources Occupational Health and Safety team, as well as with the IFF. And we made a lot of certain changes, including the way that we did our public education and outreach. We locked down the fire stations. We kind of talked about that early on, to try and protect the crews as much as possible from either receiving or transmitting any potential virus. And of course, that has continued. We've lifted it a little, and then we've tightened it up again. So some of the achievements we've done are training. So for the first time in 15 years, we've initiated live fire training back into our fire department operations. And I know it's hard to imagine that we respond to fires, but we haven't been training in a live fire situation for 15 years in the department. So we've started that again with our advocates, and learning the way that fire works and how it changes is really important, and prepares them as best we can. We've continued with our mental health advocacy and training for our first responders. We've moved to EMR. So we have, I believe we have 9 out of the 10 have completed their written exams, and their practical exams were scheduled for next week, but that's been pushed off in Victoria. They have to travel to Victoria to do it. But we expect that'll happen probably early in the new year. Our first round of people with their EMR training will be launched into the department. Also, again, with auto extrication and Viera. Now, I want to talk just a little bit on the Viera, which is our training academy. Today, we signed a fire department in Nunavut, which is Iqaluit Fire Department, is one of our academies. We have 75 departments across BC and the rest of Canada that we are providing training for from Nanaimo and out of this academy. It's being run by one assistant chief currently, and a little bit of our administration support from my EA as well as a front clerk. And the revenues, you'll see those listed in the budget process. And it's growing, so we're one of 3 academies in the province. And we have switched a lot of it with Viera. Instead of doing face-to-face training, we've designed a lot of online programming for our training academy. And it's, people need to continue to train in the fire service, and with the volunteer agencies, they continually have new people coming on board, and so it's a growing business. Again, we complete our next generation 911 fire dispatch analysis. We broke ground at the fire station number 1, and if anybody's driven by it lately, we'll talk a little bit about that further on. We've started our fire department master plan, and we've had a first initial assessment on where we are today, reported through to me, and we've put a hold on that until the next fire chief is assigned, so that way they can be part of the program and part of the plan. We ran the virtual ECC wildland operations scenarios we heard Ms. Lagan talk about earlier. But again, too, we slowed down a lot of our public education outreach, and we looked at different ways of doing it. So instead of going door-to-door campaigns, we created with the communications team an online sign-up for smoke alarms. So people can go online through the city's website and request a smoke alarm verification, as well as continuing to test them and to install them related to incidents. We have bystander CPR. Instead of going face-to-face and doing it, we've created an online demonstration of how to do it, as well as Fire Smart. And we got our new fire ladder truck that many of you have seen, which is right here. So some of our achievements to date. Again, so we have performance metrics, and these are metrics that have been adopted by council. So the first arriving incident should be on scene within 6 minutes from the time that we receive a call into the fire department. And in 2020, up to July 31st, when we ran the stats, we're at 74%. And when the master plan is delivered, you'll see why we're not there 100% of the time. It's really just about the breadth and length of the city, and really trying to have a fire station in every location in order to make 90% is quite challenging. Again, though, the arrival of a first alarm assignment, which means when we have a structure fire, we have 3 engines arriving on scene in order to start an effective fire force, which is a standard through the NFPA international standard. And the challenge is to be there within 10 minutes and for 90% of the incidents, and we are making that standard 95% of the time, so that's really good to see. And you'll see that again, you'll see these built out more into specific areas of town in the master plan. So for Councillor Martman, that probably in the past has asked about Hammond Bay area, you'll see what the performance standards are in those areas as well as other areas. And that'll come to you in the spring. So this is a comparison I quite liked what the RCMP did on the number of total incidents this year compared to last year. So 2020 is green and 2019 is blue. And everything seemed to be going along, kind of increasing in call volume until March. And what happened in March? Well, in March, COVID hit, and restrictions were placed on medical responses. And there was a health order. One of the health orders was to stop sending first responders to medical emergencies unless they were classified as purple calls or cardiac arrests. So April, May, and June, that was the big change. And one of the other things that they changed was even the overdoses. We weren't responding to overdoses. So with a lot of pressure and feedback and continued increase in overdose deaths, back in July, we started receiving all of the overdose calls a lot. So we saw a 50% reduction in medical calls to the fire department from April until September. And in September, we were supplies rejuvenated, so we're back on track right now with responding to all the medical calls and providing that community service. So I want to talk a little bit about the overdoses, and it was brought up the other day with the RCMP, and I just wanted to elaborate because the fire department traditionally will be dispatched to all of the overdoses in our town. In 2019, between January and November 25th, so this is, I'm going to give you right up-to-date numbers, the fire department responded to 310 overdoses in our city in 2019. And 45 times, we administered naloxone, the life-saving drug. 15% of the responses we went to, we administered naloxone. In 2020, for the same time period, and you remember, we really didn't go to medical calls between, or the overdoses or any medical, hardly any, between April and July. We still responded to 240 overdoses this year. And we've administered naloxone 47 times. And many of those patients, sometimes it's not just one dose, it might be 2 or 3 doses. And 20% of the overdoses that we are responding to, our firefighters are administering naloxone. So people are still dying, firefighters are still responding, and the service that they're providing in our community is important. And there is an opioid crisis as well as a pandemic and public health crisis. So I just wanted to kind of chat a little bit about that for you. Okay, now that that's doom and gloom. So let's talk about fires. So fire investigation, so we have an obligation. Oh.
Councillor Gessenbrock has a question.
Sorry, I just had a question of the last stats. In that section where the fire department was not responding to as many of the medical calls, was there any statistics on outcomes or anything like that in terms of not having that service being provided with, was there a resulting increase in, I don't know, the severity of the outcome or?
Yeah, well, through your worship to Councillor Gessenbrock. So what we don't know is what we've missed. And what we don't know is the amount of people that, you know, maybe had a longer calls, but we do know that overdoses and overdose deaths continue to grow through the spring. And they recognize that through the provincial health officer, and in July, put first responders back on the overdose because of the public outcry about it. Seconds matter in administering naloxone, and so it becomes hypoxic when they're not getting the oxygen to their brain. And so the outcomes can be quite devastating. But we don't know all of the other calls, and we haven't been able to receive that information through the health authority or through BCMS to see what type of calls we missed and what were the potential outcomes or the number of deaths at this time.
Great, thanks.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you. Same question I was going to ask later, but if you didn't go to, if you dropped 50% because you weren't going to them, did anybody pick them up? Like, did somebody else respond to them?
Through your worship to Councillor Bonner. BCMS continue to respond to calls.
Okay.
So what their response protocols were like, but we also do know that during the early months of COVID, people were also not going to the hospital. Hospital numbers were down. People were staying in. The injuries and accidents, car accidents were down. Everybody kind of hunkered down a bit, and there were less calls for medical responses. We could hear that from Minister Dix quite often in his talks.
Okay, thank you.
So back to fires. So in 2019, we investigated 419 fires. Up to July 31st was 181, and we were projecting 310. And this morning, while I was sitting and listening to the other presenters, I thought I'd run the numbers to see where we are at. And just for comparison to say, are fires going up or down? 2019, in total, we responded to 87 structure fires, 37 vehicle fires, and 295 outdoor fires. So those are like encampment fires, bush fires, things that are outside that aren't part of a structure or a building. And these are ones that cause damage. So we do respond to a lot more as calls for service that end up not being necessarily with damage. To date now, as of this morning, we've been to 355. So we're above where we were halfway through the year. So that tells me the latter part of the year is picking up. And we've gone to 90 structure fires so far, 26 vehicle, and 236 outdoor fires. So those are the fires that we're seeing from our homeless population, as well as illegal burning and things that cause damage like that. And also, just of note, 3 person fires, which mean that through accident, most likely where people have been burnt is related to things like fireworks or playing with fire as well. So then we also complete inspections. So apart from the firefighting and fire response, we have a regulatory obligation to complete life safety inspections. We help out Dale's group. I know it's surprising, but we do, as part of the development permit process, so far this year, we have checked 114 building plans, 48 new constructions, so the high rises and everything. There's a process for fire department approvals, fire safety plans, and we've issued or done our part on 238 business licenses. So to me, is that 238 new businesses or change of business? And then all of the public buildings that we go into every business, which would include this business, City Hall, every other business in our city. We, so far this year, have done 2,331. You can see we're projecting in total do about 2,400 in total. And a little note, 71% of the times that we're going in, they're satisfactory, which is good, right? So 7 out of 10 times, our businesses are doing a really good job of making sure that they're fire safe, which would be things like not blocked exits, having their fire alarm serviced, etc. So some opportunities for 2021. COVID is still here, so it's going to continue to be an opportunity and a challenge for us to think of new ways of reaching out and being safe. We will continue with our roadmap for our master plan. We're going to reaffirm our training and go virtual where possible and try and limit exposure in between crews. We're going to do is continue to do community outreach. We're going to address and continue to build on our high-rise and multifamily buildings. Those are high risk, where people sleep. And we're going to continue to do some resourcing for our fire inspections, and I think through hopefully some added positions, that's going to change. We are going to do our Fire Station 1. We're still going to continue to build that, even though I'm leaving. Thank you. And we will continue to roll out fire safety for our vulnerable populations, which includes our not only our people in our encampments and on our streets, but a lot of our low income, our seniors and individuals that are a bit more vulnerable. They're the ones that need the most help with their fire safety, which includes smoke alarms, cooking safety tips. So I'm just going to give you, as part of our Fire Station 1 project, we're supposed to come before you and give you a little update on where we're at, so I thought I'd roll it into this, where we're at it. Construction is well underway. Mayor Krogh dug the first hole. Our foundations, you did a good job. Our foundations are now complete, from what they tell me. The structure is starting to be erected. We're starting with the concrete walls. I think that's that rebar there. And our structural steel should be complete in January. Anybody that's a builder will know what that means. And most of these subgrade utilities are in. We actually we found some, they did a lot of boreholes and test holes earlier on in the project. And strange enough, still in Nanaimo, they found rock that they didn't expect to be there. This is a project, so we're following the proper project management protocol, which 3 years ago we may have been criticized as an organization for not following, so we are following a really good project management framework. And I've been assured that the project will be completed on time in the summer of 2022, and Mr. Rudolph will still be here, and he's part of the steering committee, so he also will make sure that that happens. We issued our construction contract to Kinetic Construction in May. They've been working excellent with the staff on the ground as well as the various stakeholders within the city. And we're anticipating the transition to the new facility will take place in January. In just over a year, we'll be moving into the new facility, and then they'll begin the demolition process. And any delays that we may have had because of the below grade and the extra rocks, they've made that up in timing. I'd also like to thank Miss Julie Bevan, who's taken on the artist agreement for, we're doing a First Nations welcome poll and working with Noel Brown from Snuneymuxw. So we're really pleased with that relationship, and that'll be a beautiful piece of art and a welcome poll into the fire station in the city. So pretty excited about that. So far we spent almost $3 million to the end of September. The construction contract was awarded, and so far we've used $70,000 of the contingency. It's been drawn down. Don't ask me, Councillor Bonner, what the contingency is. Ms. Fuller probably has that though. And we're recently working through the scope change to remove the dispatch function and add training and meeting room. So we're still continuing to work on that, and we'll have final numbers in the next coming months. So again, some key initiatives. Oh, I'm going to be done early. Key initiatives for 2021. The master plan, contract negotiations. Our IFF contract expired December of 2019, and we're starting to see them starting to settle in the mainland. We're going to do some more public outreach to a mobile application. One of the big ones is we're going to be replacing all of our self-contained breathing apparatus this year. This is a large project that was approved last year and deferred from last year into the 2021 budget. So that will be a big project that's required through WorkSafe and part of the wellness for the organization. We will be receiving 2 engines and 1 wildland unit in 2021. We're going to be transitioning fire dispatch to Surrey with that contract. So I actually just thought know there still might be a few questions out there that are coming through the social media. And I'd probably liken it just as a kind of comparison to the requirements that are there for next generation 911. It's almost like we're running a water system out of a reservoir currently. And there's a lot of upkeep and requirements. And instead it's going to now to a new water treatment plant like we have. And so the ability and the changes required to go from something that's a lot smaller, riskier, the maintenance of it, and to go into something a lot broader and bigger is kind of the future move, if that kind of makes sense for people. We're still waiting for the changes to the Fire Safety Act. That's been in the works for probably about 3 years. Through the province, and the BC Fire Code and BC Building Code. And you'll continually hear questions probably in the BC Building Code about sprinklers and sprinkling residential buildings, sprinklers on balconies and multi-residential buildings, you know, the tall wood frame buildings, and we will always be involved in that. We're going to continue to work towards a mobile inspection. So instead of doing everything on paper, we're going to move to a newer technology. We're going to continue to expand our training program to include mental health. Our VR is continuing to grow and develop. And we're going to build upon our successes to optimize our response time. So we're going to continually work towards trying to create efficiencies to be able to make our standards as best we can. And again, community outreach and education on fire prevention and community safety is key to any fire service and key to our protecting our community. And our budget. So you can see that in this budget proposal, we are not asking for anything more this year. You know, we've got a lot of changes. We've had some changes put through on an adjustment plan. We're doing our SCBA replacement that was approved last year. We're getting some new fire engines that were already in our replacement plans. And we're continuing to build our fire station. So any of the changes right now really will just reflect probably changes in salaries. Level changes. Okay. Then we have contract contingency. And that's it for me, so if there's any questions.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Chief Fry. The question I have is regarding the overview and the financial plan on the 911 services. It states that are provided through two functions, 911 public safety answering point out of ECOM, and then of course our fire dispatch, which is moving to Surrey. So to get my head around that, does that mean that calls like to the police and ambulance doesn't go through Surrey, it goes through ECOM, or how does that work?
You bet. Through your worship to Councillor Turley. So anybody picks up a phone and dials 911 from anywhere, just about in British Columbia right now, but anywhere in our city, we'll speak to that point, it is answered in ECOM on Hastings Street in Vancouver. All of the 911 calls are there, and they'll ask you questions, and your questions are going to be, police, fire, ambulance, and you'll say police, and they'll say for what city, and you'll say Nanaimo, and you'll get rerouted out to Courtenay. And if you say ambulance, you'll be most likely routed to Victoria, but you may get routed to Vancouver depending on the workload, or Kamloops. It'll bounce between the three. And currently, if you say fire, it'll come to Nanaimo. But if you say fire after July 1st, it'll go to Surrey. And there won't be any delay from what you're experiencing now to that process.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. And through you, any information that you can provide about Hammond Bay? I think it was called Station Number 4, or that was in the works many years ago and is still, I think, needed in that portion of the city.
Through your worship to Councillor Martman. So Station 6, so Station 4 is
6.
Cranberry, or Chase River Fire Station. So that was traditionally named Fire Station 6. And I believe when they were looking at some of the numbers, you will see the results of this on the Fire Master Plan, and they will be looking at all the location. The number of calls for service in that area compared to other areas in the city aren't as great, but the response times are longer. So what we do know, and one of the preliminary things that we will see, is that the majority of calls in the city seem to be centered around the roads, so the major highways. So where a lot of our population are located within so many kilometers of our highways, that's where most of the calls are happening and calls for service, and maybe it's population nodes or transportation nodes. But that will be addressed in the master plan, and you'll see potentially that could be one of the possible locations.
Thank
and
you.
It could be a bit more political than the benefit, and that'll be up to council.
I'm happy to hear that the calls I don't think we've missed anything. I've never heard anybody complain, but it's nice to know that it's being looked at.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Chief Fry. I was just curious on the revenues. Is it revenues for Nanaimo Fire Rescue is from the training academy, or where does that show up?
Through your worship to Councillor Gesbrock. So we have revenues in a few different areas. Under administration, we actually provide fire protection and get revenues for contracted services to the Regional District of Nanaimo, to the Fish and Game Club, as well as to Nanaimo First Nations. Over in the Vieira revenues, this year we're probably already seeing revenues of excess of $400,000 in gross revenues coming through that, so that'll be under our training division, or the Vieira Training Academy budget. Am I right, Wendy?
Okay, so revenues from that currently is at about 100,000.
400,000.
400,000. Okay, perfect, great.
Yeah.
And also, too, just publicly, thank you very much for your solid service and leadership. It's kind of seen us through some more challenging times, and your role in the tent city was invaluable, and also through the pandemic here. So just wish you a lot of luck there in Vancouver. I guess you're not one for wanting to have a bit of relaxation. It seems to be another big challenge, but I'm sure that'll help them out a lot over there. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. Probably the 72,000 contingency was because you found a piece of Vancouver Island in your backyard. Probably just blast that out. Your department shows one of the what I would probably consider nicest increases. It's only 0.5%, basically, but it's because of an increase in revenue that has helped with that to offset you, so your net operating is as low as it is. Do you anticipate other ways of earning revenue? And I have a couple of questions related to some of the things you're doing as well.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Bonner. Well, thank you very much for that. We worked really hard this year. We cut back on a lot of expenses where we could. As Ms. Fulla said earlier, we went through line by line because we recognize, the city's in a tough position with COVID, so we really looked at everything that we were spending, and apart from salary and wages, we really did try to look at what we could put off for another year and not do. As far as opportunities, I'd hate to kind of put something out there for the next fire chief that comes up, but there are some, and we will continue to look at updating our bylaws. So there are fees for services, could be more in re-inspection fees, as well as fire investigation fees, as well as sometimes there's fees. Right now we have a fee if we go to a fire because of illegal activity. So if it's a grow-op fire in a house or something that was illegal activity or drug production, we can reclaim those fees back to the city. So there are ways like that. We are also renting out our training center when we have opportunities as well.
You mentioned building inspecting plans,
yeah.
And I'm obviously you're probably doing it for the fire part of it, but is that something that has to be done by a fire department, or we're looking at plans and just making sure everything's where it's supposed to be. Could that work also be done by just an engineer? And not just an engineer, but an engineer?
Through your worship, Councillor Bonner, I'm sure engineers would like to be. No. So things that we look at on those plans, building department plans, are really about the accessibility for the fire department and what the specific needs are. So access points, as far as location of the fire alarm panels. Engineers do sign off on the sprinkler locations and the setups and the fire alarm system and how they're done, and they've stamped those. We verify that that's been done with Mr. Lindsay's branch, but we're really looking at fire department access routes and location, and to make sure that just like the planning division does their plan checks, we just go to help verify that our needs are met as well, so we can respond appropriately.
Mm-hmm. And the little inspections you do regarding smoke alarms and that sort of stuff, is there anything out there in the industry that uses RFT tags, the little radio transmitters?
RFID?
Yeah, RFID that could that alert that if it wasn't working and it could be read possibly by the garbage trucks that go by on a regular basis?
Through your worship to Councillor Bonner, well, that sounds like an interesting business proposition. So currently, right now, if a building has a fire department system, they're required by law or by the fire code to have that system tested annually. And I will tell you that the testing companies make sure that they go in and test, or let people know that they're due for a testing, because that's how they make their revenues. If a system isn't working, so if it hasn't been tested or something's wrong with it, they'll get a trouble alarm, which actually goes to the monitoring agency. Most fire alarm systems have to be monitored as well, especially depending on the occupancy type. So they will be required to be monitored, and the alarm company will contact the people and say it needs to be done. We currently get, there are new ways of doing it, and the new Fire Services Act will allow for more risk-based inspections or self-reporting inspections on a different frequency. So those things will happen as our buildings continue to grow in our city. There may be more opportunities where people report and do it online and verify that they've checked it or had somebody in to check their fire system. Does that kind of help?
Yeah, I was thinking more of just the individual houses that have a smoke alarm, right? Because right now, you go knocking on doors and say, hey, is your smoke alarm working? And whereas you could be told by the sanitation department that XY house is showing is not working.
Through your worship, that sounds kind of like Big Brother. So smoke alarms in a person's house are actually meant to be a local alarm, and they're not meant to be tied into an ancillary device. So a smoke detector or a heat detector is different, but a smoke alarm is really meant to notify an individual in the home that it's not working. So they're not tied to a system or send out a signal at this point in time. I don't know if it's anything that the manufacturers, I do know Kidda is made down in, that Mile High City down there, and they have a big factory where they test all sorts of things about their smoke alarm technology. But I think the big thing right now they're really working on is combination smoke alarms and carbon monoxide alarms with tamper-proof systems.
Okay, right, thanks.
Not a bad idea, though.
Oh, appreciate it. My next one actually is on the reserves, the 911 reserves, and is what we're seeing in the budget here exactly what's going into those reserves because it has to, or is that something we're going to be looking at changing?
Through your worship to Councillor Bonner. So currently we are putting in $25,000 a year from our operating from the Firecom into reserves. That will stop. But those reserves are also partnered as part of our partnership agreement. So we get 46%, 44% to the Cowichan Valley, and 10% to the Regional District of Nanaimo. Those reserves are built from the call answer levy from every phone and cell phone in our areas collectively, and is submitted to the city to hold on their behalf. And it's meant to offset into the operation of fire dispatch as well as the 911 service. So we take that money and it gets transferred into operating to pay our bill to ECOM, and as well as for equipment purchases currently, previously for the dispatch center, and in the future and to offset some of the operating.
And so you mentioned 25,000, but there's in the 911 reserve, there's an addition of 227,000 roughly each year for the next 5 years. Is that for sure going in there, or is that what we're going to be looking at?
Through your worship to Council Bonner, is that going in or coming out?
That shows as an addition and a withdrawal of 130,000 for 2021.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So we're collecting more money than what it's costing us to send for our 911 to ECOM, so the balance is going into the reserve account.
Okay, so my next question is that reserve account continues to grow over the next 5 years, and we're literally taking less than $10,000, less than $20,000 out of it. So what are we using that reserve for now then, if we're dismantling the 911 system?
Through your worship to Councillor Bonner. So we're in talks with our partnership about annually removing the reserve and distributing it back to the various partners. Ours will be going back into the budget to help offset our contract to Surrey.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, if I could just see those numbers maybe in next week or something like that, that would be great.
I don't, until which numbers are you looking for?
To me, we wouldn't need a reserve anymore because originally if I read the reserve correctly, it's to pay for upgrades to the service that we're providing and which we're not providing anymore. So why do we need a reserve? We just need to pay a bill once every few months.
So we're still collecting the money for 911, and it's coming from outside. It's not coming from taxation. It's coming from the cellular and telephone companies or telcos, and that reserve those funds are going in, and they are being paid. The majority of them are going to pay the e-com bill. Anything else is going into a surplus. That surplus then, every time it comes in, when we transition to the new fire dispatch provider, some of those reserves will be used for some of those hard costs, and that's anticipated in it. And then the others will be divided between the agencies based on the distribution model. Is that, go ahead, you can.
Ms. Phillips.
She might talk a bit different. I don't know if they did. I don't know if they looked at all of those numbers. Yeah. But
through the chair to Councillor Bonner, you will see those changes for final. So we will pick up the changes related to the changes to Firecom, and then you will see changes in those in the reserve balance and how it's going to all work out. But as there's conversations in camera, we will pick those up for final once things are more public.
Yeah, and I'm just curious, are we going to have a bunch of money that we could use for something else?
No, because the money that we collect, the money we collect is supposed to be for that service. It's a call answer levy, and so you need to use it for 911 and Firecom dispatch. That's what we need to use the funds for, and we do have a plan in place.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Through your worship to Councillor Bonner rest, yes. So any of the changes that we have recently made with dispatch are not included in this draft or provisional budget. Those will relate back through to final budget.
Okay. Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Worship. Through to Chief Fry again. I believe you mentioned that you had your first live fire training in 15 years. So is that done at that concrete tower next to Public Works, between that and the fire station?
That is correct.
It's hard to believe that's 15 years.
Through your worship to Councillor Turner, we have been renting out that facility to other fire training agencies, so you may have seen a lot of smoke in it in previous years, but it necessarily wasn't our firefighters doing the training.
Thank you.
Wasn't our smoke or our fire? Councillor Martman.
Thank you. Through you, your worship. Speaking of revenue, I think you mentioned about 90 structural fires, approximately. And out of those structural fires, I will assume, and the majority were insured, are we billing the insurance companies for the fire department charges?
Through your worship to Councillor Marmon, that is not currently in our bylaw, but it is something that will be presented when they bring the bylaw forward for adoption, probably in 2021.
And thank you. And I think this is something council should seriously consider, because all insurance companies have a portion of the insurance is to go to fire department charges, whatever they may be. And we are remiss, there are municipalities that do charge, and we're remiss by not doing that, since homeowners pay for that service in their insurance.
Well done, Councillor Martman. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chief, and this may be to Ms. Fulla or to you, Chief Fry. Just trying to jog my memory. The EMR program first came to us last year, and was it a 3-year program? 4-year program? 5-year program?
5-year program, okay.
And last year, did we fund it out of the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve? Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gurry, Mr. Rudolph, is this the last time that Chief Fry is going to be in front of us?
Your Worship, we'll make sure that it isn't.
Thank you. Thank you.
If it isn't scheduled in her schedule, we'll make sure it is found to be in her schedule.
Okay.
Good, then that spares you all from me saying a few words today. Isn't that a lucky break? Chief Fry, thank you very much for presenting today and taking the final spot. We have no reports, no other business. Ms. Gurry.
Yes, Your Worship, I believe Finance may want to just give you a little...
Sorry?
I think Finance might just want to give you an update as to where we stand and where we're going next.
Ms. Mercer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to give a brief summary of what's going to happen next week so everybody understands what's going to happen there. So on Monday, November 30th, we will be back here at 9 o'clock. And we will be going over the highlights of the projects included and not included in this financial plan. Ms. Fuller and I will give kind of an overview of the numbers that are in the 5-year plan for projects. And then there will be 3 department presentations on what they have in the project plan. And then we will have, in the afternoon, we will talk about the COVID-19 Safe Restart Grant for local governments and provide you with some options on how you want to deal with that. And at the end of that, kind of the last half of that presentation, I'll go over the, give you an overview of what decision points we have on the docket for Friday. So those will be business cases and some other things. And right now, we just wanted to make sure that we captured what we heard today and make sure we didn't miss anything or misinterpreted something. So Ms. Fulla has put up, she's added some slides on the fly here that we heard today. So I just wanted to make sure that we have consensus that that is what you want on the agenda, kind of on the list of things to discuss. So the first one is public art, and that was put on to increase annual funding for public art. Public Works Day, I can't read that fast. Public Works Day, discuss suspending Public Works Day for 2021. And then we also heard we wanted to discuss city investment in the snow and ice program, as well as discussion on resource requirements to execute council's strategic plan, and discuss painting of curbs outside the downtown core.
I can live without that one.
So, and that's what we had heard. Did we miss anything, or can anything be taken off there, or?
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Worship. So these are just sort of like light discussion points. I didn't realize that sort of input today was driving agendas in any manner. I mean, in terms of, say, discussing key business plans and that, are each business plan going to be addressed as an agenda item, or is that stuff that you'd like us to bring forward as something that we'd like to have further discussion on? Just sort of a little bit clearer on process here.
So we have do you want to pull up those slides? We have 2 slides that list all of the business cases that were created, and we don't have a plan. You passed it. It's at the bottom. We don't have a plan to go through each one of them in detail and have everybody speak to them, but we will have people here if you have questions about certain ones that you want to talk about, or if you want to give us direction right now on which ones you do want to discuss, we can make sure that we're prepared for those as well. So it's kind of...
Okay, just in follow-up, so basically next Monday, that's a time to be discussing these further, or?
We're just going to introduce it that day, and then just so you all know what's coming up for discussion on Friday. And if there was anything else you wanted to add at that point as well.
Okay.
So
Friday it'll be more than just decision points in terms of like official motions to be like, can you please, add this into the.
Yes, we'll be introducing them for just so everybody knows on Monday, and then Friday would be the day where you would say yes, no, add them. I mean, we can do that on Monday too, but really the idea was Friday was the day that we would have those kind of discussions of having motions and adding them into the budget.
Okay.
Before I go to Councillor Bonner, Mr. Rudolph?
Just another point of clarification. So we wanted to just summarize things. sometimes we feel we're not clear on what we're doing at the next meeting, and the different levels of preparation take place. We're not expecting council to make decisions on Monday with the exception of the strategic COVID funding, so there's some decision points around that. But we wanted to summarize the discussion items for today. We want to go over that list again on Monday after they've gone through the capital, the COVID, and then there'll be a reminder of the checklist of things that you're going to be asked to be making decisions on, and that would be the business cases and any other matters that have come up that have a fiscal implication potentially for the budget. We also have the conundrum of potential other items that are going to come on later on, be it tourism or some of the task forces and probably other matters, the results of the development or the building permit review and so forth, hoping to flag those and not get ourselves into a situation of uncertainty in the new year. So we're going to do what we can do this on by next Friday, and it's our hope that you will have had chance and we can spend the entire day going through the business cases and those other matters that are fiscally prudent and end up in a place where you've decided and understand the fiscal consequence of doing that. So we're also at a 3.3% tax increase based on what we've presented to you. These are add-on topics that would need to be discussed. So I think also we're hoping, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we're expecting some additional information from BC Assessment as early as next week, which may help inform us a little bit, which in terms of our actual growth numbers, which would be the revenue offset for the expenditure side. So we won't get that until midweek next week. So that it's best that we not go through these decision points until that time. So I guess back to some of the conversations today, for example, the whole thing around active transportation. If there's a desire for us to find more funding for some aspects of that, we need to have a conversation around that and flag that. And I'm not sure we're going to be able to build business cases around that in a matter of days. This is a bit organic this year, primarily because of the COVID and the COVID extra insertion of this COVID money, which is a nice problem to have, and we have to figure out how we're packaging that money, and then late information, and it's a bit of a fluid situation. So, and the other thing that we didn't discuss, and we're searching for your feedback on this, is there a desire to see more information on the Bevan Pool closure and the alternate scenarios, because it did come up. And I think there's got to be some space, if there's an interest on Monday, hopefully, to visit that type of topic. That is a scenario, and I think there was an ask for that, if I'm not mistaken. So one of the things we want to do is just go over this for today. We weren't certain how this was going to flow for you today. And then once we get through the delivery of even more information on Monday morning on the capital program, we'll then follow that up with the COVID discussion and some principles and decision points around how you want to allocate that money in the broadest sense. And then there'll be some money attached to that which could be used for some of those decision points later, either in that day but we're not asking you to make decisions later in the day. It'll be for next Friday. So we're trying to optimize Monday as much as possible. Depends on how long it takes to get through the other stuff. So we would like to go back through this again on Monday afternoon. Well, let's summarize it that way. These lists will be presented to you again to make sure that we are clear on what we're going to be asking for direction from council on Friday. I'm not sure if I made that at all clear, but that's what the goal is. No pressure for Monday other than to think about the COVID money, and then making sure that we're capturing all the topics and we've afforded enough time for you to discuss anything of interest pursuant to what you flagged Wednesday or today. And then, we may be able to find a time either Monday afternoon or Friday.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. Just finishing off my list here. The AVICC conference, since we're not having it next year, actually still has a monetary money of $15,000 and change, and so that could probably come out as well. And also a slight concern, and I'm not sure who to talk to, but it may be another department, but the as I mentioned earlier to Ms. Fulla, the Housing Task Force was given $100,000 earlier last year to help pay for the consultant that is doing the work right now, of which we only used $10,000. And that extra $80,000 doesn't seem to be anywhere in the budget, so I'm told that if it's not requested to be carried over by the department, it just kind of goes back into general revenue. So I'd be wanting that request to come through so that that money remains available to what it was originally put forward was the daytime drop-in center. And from my own understanding of this process, if as I'm going through it, and I'll have any more, they'll be on Monday, is, for example, if I find something that's operations, then I know that it's being taxed to produce that money. And so if I can then, if we, for whatever reason, it's decided we don't need it, then that money can be used to pay for something else without increasing taxes. That's my basic understanding of the concept here.
In general terms, yeah. There are some that don't, but yeah.
Unless it's a reserve, and then Wendy won't let me do anything with it, so.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Is it possible, because I know this is Friday and we're meeting again on Monday, but for any of the COVID money that has come in, some of our business cases, like I was thinking the clean team, et cetera, may be related to being able to be funded out of that COVID money? And will those be flagged or identified?
Yeah, I think we have those as decision points on. So the ones that are one-time funding, I believe we've got them as, and we've got them on the slide as you can fund them from the special interest reserve or the emissions reduction reserve or whatever one is pertains to that line item. So we do have that in there in our slides. So
thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. Just an additional piece of information for my own understanding, I would appreciate it can be emailed. It doesn't. It's just the breakdown of the RCMP officers for this year and how much is being taxed for. Just with the phasing, I assume there's a calculation going on there. So I just appreciate seeing the breakdown of those over the remaining years of the original plan.
that was the breakdown of the costs of
the additional 3 RCMP officers each year for the remaining years of the phased addition.
So just as a, we'll completely give you that information. They are slated to start September 1st in the budget. Whether we get them or not at that point is, yeah, okay, but we'll get you that.
Councillor Gessenbrock?
And do we already have the information of the specific, like the hires of the RCMP for this upcoming year, what their specific roles were?
They're under their, I think the 4th and 5th line down. Or,
oh, yeah, perfect.
Yeah, 3rd and 4th. Yeah.
Thank you very much to everyone today.
Sorry, just for clarity.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Brown.
Sorry, just for clarity, are those the positions or those in addition to that?
Those were the positions that Lisa Fletcher talked about on.
No, Your Worship, sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Mercer, but the 3 RCMP officers that are slated every year, that's separate from those?
They're separate,
okay,
yes. The
the
3 officers are separate from this.
Right,
And they've
okay.
already been approved, like that part. They were, 2 years ago? So
Yes.
we've slotted them in, yeah.
Okay, yes, thanks. Sorry,
Yep.
that sort of confused me.
Sorry to confuse you there.
Going once, going twice. Councillor Turley. Motion to adjourn? Seconded. Councillor Martman. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much.